Chapter 296, The Strongest Sword. Sunlight shone on Guan, and Yu Yingying felt as if he were draped in a layer of rosy clouds, his whole being radiating with splendor. She actually believed that Guan was speaking the truth. Gu An's gaze fell on her, and he raised an eyebrow asking, "What? Are you intimidated by my aura of righteousness?" Yu Yingying snapped back to reality and glared, "Who can't say things like that? If your sword is really that powerful, would you still be holed up here?" "Heh heh, what do you know? Hurry up and leave, don't disturb my cultivation." Guan smiled, then sheathed his sword smoothly, believing himself to look quite dashing. Sadly, Yu Yingying was blind to it. Yu Yingying snorted and turned to leave. As she turned around, a smile appeared on her face. Talking with this silly boy had indeed had an effect. Her heart felt much better. At the same moment, under the tree, Shenxinzi opened his eyes, his gaze profound. His hand clutching the prayer beads moved faster, clearly anxious. Next to him, Wuxing and Nine-Finger Divine Lord, who were playing chess, stood up. "Let's call this game a draw," declared Nine-Finger Divine Lord without room for doubt. Wuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're almost wiped out by me, and you dare call it a draw?" Nine-Finger Divine Lord said nonchalantly with a straight face and unwavering confidence, "The outcome is uncertain until the end." Wuxing shook his head with a smile but said nothing more, disappearing into thin air. Nine-Finger Divine Lord's gaze swept over Medicine Valley, landing on the distant figure of Guan. "What a pity, I haven't won a single game against you yet." Nine-Finger Divine Lord muttered to himself before he, too, disappeared on the spot. Guan, who was stretching his limbs, felt numerous cultivators and demons taking flight across the continent, rushing towards its edges. Before the cataclysm, some wished to flee while others wished to fight. Those wishing to fight were driven by courage, righteousness, or compulsion, but at this moment, they had all made their decision. The question was whether they could maintain that courage once they witnessed the true might of the great cold demon sect. Guan turned and walked toward the transmission array platform. Along the way, the number of disciples who greeted him diminished, everyone preoccupied with their thoughts. After reaching Mystic Valley, Guan made his way toward the outskirts of Medicine Valley. Entering the woods, he drew out the Heavenly Resident's sword in one hand while unsheathing the Qinghong sword with the other. The Qinghong sword buzzed faintly as Guan used his own mana to sever its connection with the White Spirit sword. He could sense his junior sister's unease. "Do not fear, junior sister. It will soon pass," Guan murmured to himself, and as his words dropped, he was shrouded in a dark purple demonic chi that quickly engulfed his body, blazing furiously. His figure vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving no trace behind. At the edge of the continent, towering waves crashed against the shore. Above the mountains, great cultivators hovered in the air, with the vast landscape behind them and the endless ocean ahead. They hailed from different sects: Supreme Sect, Three Pure Ones Mountain, Zhangtian Sect, Daotian Sect, Sword Sect, Candle Sky Peak, Flame Sect, Juhua Sect, and more. Sects across the world continuously dispatched cultivators to different edges of the continent. They were just one group gathering rapidly beyond 100, with more cultivators on their way. As their numbers grew, a newfound confidence began to swell inside them. Xiao Dai, a cultivator from Supreme Sect with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of the Mahayana realm, became the leader, calming the surrounding cultivators and beginning to give battle instructions. Just then, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure descended, prompting them to turn their heads in shock. In the next second, their faces paled, and even the ever-confident Xiao Dai gaped in despair. A vast black fog rolled in from the horizon like a wave of darkness, unstoppable and devouring the skies and earth. Before the black fog, islands and demon beasts appeared insignificantly small, like dust. Even flying beasts were engulfed by the fog from behind, their fates uncertain. Looking up, shadows of different figures hovered above the black fog, clothed distinctly, wielding different Dharma treasures. Some had glowing artifacts floating behind them, some rode fierce mounts, and others stood proudly atop sword chi with their hands behind their backs. Each one was shadowed by a towering phantom 1,000 feet high, appearing like demon gods, their silhouettes a mirror of themselves. At first glance, there were endless towering demon phantoms of 1,000 feet high that could not be counted, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. At this moment, the continent cultivators were plunged into dead silence, everyone stunned as if struck by lightning, frozen in midair. Xiao Dai saw behind these 1,000-foot demon phantoms an even more terrifying presence, with legs walking forward, the phantoms unable to reach even the ankles of this mysterious existence. It was impossible to imagine the true size. Some tried to look sideways. Wherever the ocean spread, there stood demon phantoms, casting them into despair not only by the disparity in cultivation levels but also the sheer numerical difference between friends and foes. "How can we win?" someone said with a bitter laugh. No one responded, their courage faltered. Above the clouds, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Wuxing stood shoulder to shoulder, witnessing the entire continent surrounded by the great cold demon sect cultivators from all directions. "There are so many, even the divine exotic realm is here." Wuxing clicked his tongue, sensing that the number of demon sect cultivators was no less than the divine exotic resentful ghosts. Most importantly, these demon cultivators' combined aura was astonishing, with many individual auras strong enough to make him wary. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord took a deep breath and scanned the continent as if searching for something. With such commotion, could the Saint World Holy King truly have reincarnated in this land? Wuxing couldn't help but ask. Nine-Fingered Divine Lord looked into the distance and replied, "If the Holy Heart awakens, with the Holy King's capabilities, rising to power won't be difficult. But the great cold demon sect fears that the Holy Court might detect the aura of the Saint World Holy King." After hearing this, Wuxing found it to make sense, and he stepped forward. "What are you planning to do?" inquired Nine-Fingered Divine Lord hastily. Without turning back, Wuxing strode forward through the air, raising his hand with a laugh. "Forgot to tell you, I am the divine exotic ghost king Wuxing. Wuxing is just a pseudonym." Nine-Fingered Divine Lord frowned but didn't get angry, just watched as Wuxing advanced. "Wuxing, return to your place at once." The voice of the master of divine exotic realm rang out, loud and clear. Wuxing accelerated immediately, but suddenly, his face darkened. He looked up only to see an immensely large hand reaching out from behind the demon army, covering the sky and aiming to seize him. The size of this hand was beyond what words could describe. Wuxing was horrified to discover that he was frozen in place. "This is bad." Despair filled Wuxing's eyes. At that moment, a powerful sword light forcefully entered his field of vision, and immediately after, the terrifying giant hand disintegrated before him. Subconsciously glancing over, his eyes widened in shock. He saw a figure he would never forget for all eternity. It was Guan, who had utilized the 9 extremes yin-yang body back in the divine exotic realm. Guan, holding 2 swords covered in dark purple demonic chi, brushed past Wuxing. As his words hung in the air, Guan turned into a fleeting shadow, and in a flash, a streak of sword light appeared, boldly piercing through the distant black fog. Before Wuxing could react, a terrifying wave of energy struck. His mouth agape, he looked on in disbelief. As he watched, a streak of sword chi burst from within the demon army, cutting a swath through the 1,000-foot demon phantoms at the waist. The light of the sword chi stripped the entire world of color in an instant. The continent cultivators were dazzled into closing their eyes, the mortal spirits unable to glimpse this sword light. Above the clouds, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord's face also transformed, his soul shaken by the impact. In his eyes, the demon phantoms perished, the black fog churned, and a sword light rapidly stretched, as if intent on splitting the very heavens and earth in two. In that moment, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord, who had lived for 170,000 years, witnessed the strongest sword strike of his life. "Who are you?" A voice full of both shock and rage erupted, the tone laced with fear. Chapter 297, Guan takes action. The sword light between heaven and earth began to fade, and the voice of the mysterious great cultivator from the great cold demon sect still echoed over the ocean, awakening the continent cultivators who had not seen Guan's figure just now. Only Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and stealing the 5 elements had seen clearly. But the immense sword intent made them think of one person. Sword Venerable Fudao. It's Sword Venerable Fudao. there's no mistake. It must be him. A mystic heart realm cultivator from the Supreme Sect exclaimed excitedly. He had also been to the heavenly repair platform and had experienced the sword intent within the words, righteous path. Xiao Dai was equally excited, his eyes filled with frenzied anticipation. At this moment, he remembered the scene when Sword Venerable Fudao descended upon the Seven Stars spirit realm. Stealing the 5 elements, who had narrowly escaped calamity, let out a sigh of relief, immediately retreated, and dared not approach the encroaching army of demonic shadows again. Guan stood atop the demon mist, sword in hand, with thousand-zhang demonic shadows dissipating in all directions, but even more demonic shadows approached, encircling him. He even saw some demonic shadows standing tens of thousands of zhang tall and giant demons of indeterminate size. You have successfully seized 10,298 years of lifespan from Meng Qinglang, Wandering Immortal Realm's 7th floor. You have successfully seized 1,459 years of lifespan from Su Linxin, Loose Immortal Realm's 2nd floor. You have successfully seized 12,080 years of lifespan from True Man Wuyun, Wandering Immortal Realm's 6th floor. Notification after notification continuously popped up before Gu An's eyes, but Guan didn't rush to make another move. Instead, he looked around. One had to say, the Great Cold Demon Sect's response was truly swift. As soon as he made a move, the remaining cultivators did not panic but instead immediately arranged a formation. Their formation was highly profound, not only capable of being formed in an extremely short amount of time but also containing powerful and mysterious forces. After the sword light vanished, in less than 3 breaths' time, the world suddenly changed, and in an instant, Guan found himself in the cosmic star's cape, with rolling black mist under his feet and still encircled by demonic shadows. The demonic shadows' feet held the Dharma treasures of the Great Cold Demon Sect cultivators. Accompanied by Gu An's arrival in the cosmic star's cape, those titanic figures and even larger beings revealed their true forms. There were beasts as mighty as creation's god mountains, female cultivators who resembled fairies constantly scattering strange petals, and enormous birds with wingspans of 10,000 li circling overhead. The demon mist under Gu An's feet churned violently, like surging waves. Who are you exactly? If you do not reveal your identity, do not blame us for showing no mercy. The previous voice sounded again. This time, its tone was incomparably cold. After the formation was set up, he seemed to have regained his confidence. Guan looked up and saw, within the layers of encirclement above, in absolute darkness, a pair of gigantic eyes lurked, as if an unimaginable existence outside the universe was peering at him, filled with an oppressive feeling. Sword Venerable Jesuan, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm 8th Floor 780, 450/830-000/880-000, an old monster who had lived for 780,000 years. However, killing this individual would only yield a little over 5,000 years of lifespan, which was too disappointing for Guan. As Sword Venerable Jesuan opened his eyes, for life-seizing immortals from the Carefree Primordial Immortal concurrently appeared. Fortunately, they had abundant lifespan, which improved Gu An's mood. This is the Great Cold Demon Sect's Luo Tian Star's immortal capturing formation. Once this formation is completed, no matter how great your divine skills, it will be impossible for you to escape. The voice of Sword Venerable Jesuan rang out, majestic to the extreme. The other 4 Carefree Primordial Immortals took out their supreme treasures and dispersed in all directions. Once they stopped, the entire cosmic star's cape rippled, numerous rainbow lights emerged. These lights were not mere illusions, but were also condensing a mysterious force. Guan looked up at Sword Venerable Jesuan and asked, "Does the Great Cold Demon Sect have anyone stronger?" As these words were spoken, Sword Venerable Jesuan's gaze immediately changed, and all the cultivators of the Great Cold Demon Sect were scared, their eyes filled with fear when they looked at him. Someone stronger? How could this person be so arrogant? However, due to Gu An's previous sword strike, no one dared to challenge him at this moment. All of them were on high alert. The face of life-seizing immortal turned extremely ugly, intuition telling him that the other party was not being arrogantly presumptuous. At this moment, he was filled with dread. Luckily he wasn't rash but instead gathered the strength of the Great Cold Demon Sect, otherwise he might have ended up with his soul scattered like his disciple Bai Hong. For a time, silence fell within the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation. It seems there's no one stronger. Truly disappointing. You're acting so recklessly, I thought you'd have more to back it up. Guan spoke again, and suddenly, he threw the heavenly resident sword out. Boom! With this sword strike, he swept above the black mist, annihilating the great cold demon sect cultivators one by one, and when the sword blade arrived in front of them, a layer of light burst forth around their bodies, but it was shattered as soon as it appeared, utterly failing to protect them. One sword pierced thousands of li, directly penetrating the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation and returning to reality. The continent cultivators hovering in the air only saw a sword light cutting through the vast expanse of black mist in front of them, making them even more nervous, unclear about the state of the battle within that black mist. After Guan made his strike, Sword Venerable Jizuan immediately gave the command, kill. The great cold demon sect cultivators from all directions cast their spells. Various spells and divine skills formed a stream of rainbow colors charging towards Guan. Guan raised his hand to grab, then retracted it, revealing an individual in his palm. Origin Heaven Capturing Hand. This was the inherent divine skill of the primordial chaos supreme holy skill. Today was the first time Guan had used it. The person in his hand was Sword Venerable Jizuan, a white-robed elder. At this moment, Sword Venerable Jizuan's face was filled with fear and despair. Guan directly crushed him to dust, then, taking up the Qinghong sword, he began the slaughter. Within the continent, an endless stream of cultivators rushed to the edge. When they saw the ocean, they all changed color. The fearsome black mist seemed as if it could devour everything between heaven and earth, giving one the feeling of an impending disaster. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. The black mist surged violently, as if countless demons were raging within. The morale on the side of the continent collapsed completely, with no one willing to fight. What they didn't know was that within the black mist, a large number of great cold demon sect cultivators were rushing in the same direction. The cultivators of the great cold demon sect had received the message. Someone had launched an assault on one side. All warriors were to immediately reinforce the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation. Rolling thunderclouds covered the sky, enveloping the entire continent. The sound of thunder was oppressively heavy. In the demon land, within a subsect of the supreme sect, Yilan stood on a pavilion, looking up at the sky, tightly clutching the white spirit sword in her hand. She felt no anomaly from within the white spirit sword, but her heart would not be at peace. I hope we can safely get through this calamity, Yilan muttered to herself, praying secretly. Although she saw no hope of longevity, she didn't want life to end like this. She had so many things unfinished, so many places unvisited. She had yet to fulfill her promise with her senior brother. How could she be resigned to death? Beneath the thunderclouds, Nine-Fingered Divine Lord and Stealing the Five Elements stood shoulder to shoulder, unable to maintain composure, both unconsciously agape with faces full of shock. Not just them, but the continent cultivators felt the same. Newcomers slowed their flight speed due to the sights before them. Within the vast black mist, countless enormous demonic shadows were snuffed out, leaping out, and countless cultivators hovered, all attacking in the same direction, which glinted with sword light. Even though separated by a great distance, unable to see the specifics of the battle, everyone could sense a powerful sword intent. This was not a battle of evenly matched strength, but a massacre with a great disparity in power. The number of cultivators from the great cold demon sect was vast, forming an ocean of people, and within their encirclement, Guan wielded dual swords casually, yet each sword could kill a large number of cultivators and demons. His strength deeply struck the great cold demon sect. No good. We are not his match. Damn. He's doing it on purpose, deliberately not using divine skills, and relying solely on sword chi to slaughter us. Even the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation has been broken by him. How could we have any chance of winning? Be careful. His sword is swinging this way. Retreat. Quick, retreat. The world plunged into clamor and chaos. Each of Gu An's sword strikes took not just life but also the overall morale of the great cold demon sect. Life-seizing immortal dared not approach Guan, only able to use long-range divine skills. Giant hands resembling the clasping of fingers descended from the sky, pressing towards Guan. but were instantly shattered upon contact with him, having no effect. Guan strolled leisurely, walking above the black mist, each step followed by a sword swing as casually as if taking a walk, with no swordsmanship to speak of. Every time the great cold demon sect tried to form the Luo Tian star's immortal capturing formation, it would be dispersed by Guan's sword chi. Guan looked at the notifications before him, struggling to contain the emotions in his heart. He was not killing for the sake of killing, he was enacting justice on behalf of the heavens. Suddenly, Guan stopped in his tracks, and as he did, all the great cold demon sect cultivators retreated, leaving a 100 li radius around Guan where no one dared to tread. The cultivators of the great cold demon sect fell silent, all staring dead ahead at Guan. Life-seizing immortal gritted his teeth and said, "The sect leader will arrive soon, don't panic, everyone." His voice reached the ears of every great cold demon sect cultivator, yet these words did not boost their morale. Don't panic? Guan's voice rose, filled with sarcasm, as if he had heard the world's biggest joke. Before life-seizing immortal could speak, Guan suddenly vanished from the spot, frightening the cultivators of the great cold demon sect. Up there, a voice rose, laden with despair. Countless cultivators and demons all looked up, their eyes wide with astonishment. What they saw was a colossal figure whose height could not be judged by the naked eye, standing proudly above the clouds, showing only its upper body, an almost illusory sight. Even the 10,000 Zhang demonic shadows appeared tiny in front of this figure, who was none other than Guan himself. At that moment, all the cultivators of the great cold demon sect felt an overpowering suppression that rendered them immobile. Some of the highly cultivated cultivators of the demon sect unconsciously looked down, only to see the billowing black mist below give rise to a land ablaze with dark purple flames, rushing towards them. Life-seizing immortal lowered his gaze and his complexion drastically changed. What was that? A land on fire? No, it was unmistakably a hand. A hand large enough to grasp all of them. In the distance, nine-fingered divine lord, stealing the 5 elements, and the continent cultivators were all dumbfounded. At the edge of the ocean, a city was rapidly approaching, and it was none other than divine exotic city. Leah, standing atop a tower in the city, had his eyes wide open, trembling all over, as he watched an immensely huge hand rise from within the infinite expanse of black mist. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't take in the entire hand. He had never imagined such a large hand could exist in this world. If there were hands of heaven and earth, surely it would be this one. Chapter 298, Breaking Through a Lifespan of 100 million years. I'm not dreaming, am I? Leah muttered to himself, questioning the divine exotic immortal spirit perched on his shoulder. The divine exotic immortal spirit also widened its eyes in shock, its mouth agape. From their perspective, the huge hand at the horizon of the sea seemed as large as the ocean itself. If not for the curved fingers, they could hardly tell it was a hand. It felt like it could grab an entire continent with ease. Leah recognized the demonic chi emanating from the gigantic hand as somewhat familiar. Wait! Wasn't this the hand of the primordial ancestor? At that thought, a surge of blood rushed through Leah's body uncontrollably, exciting him to the extreme. At the same time, the entire continent's populace could see Guan's figure, whose massive presence shook mountains and clouds on his path, a sight that overturned their understanding and imagination. In the third medicine valley, thousands of disciples watched with their mouths agape. Ji Xiaoyu also stepped out of his house, completely dumbfounded when he saw Guan's towering figure. It was as if they were beholding the descent of a deity. What is that? It's Sword Venerable Fudao. It's the silhouette of Sword Venerable Fudao. Really? How can it be so large? Is it not an illusion? Many texts record that Sword Venerable Fudao perceives others using the demon's shadow divine skill. I knew Sword Venerable Fudao wouldn't abandon us. A roar of cheers erupted across the continent. Though the demon's shadow divine skill was terrifying, the thought of it representing Sword Venerable Fudao uplifted their spirits rather than causing fear. Since the fame of Sword Venerable Fudao, which righteous deed hadn't he done, and which person he killed wasn't among the evil? If it were a normal competition among sects, Sword Venerable Fudao wouldn't have intervened, otherwise, Supreme Sect would have long become the foremost under heaven. Because of this, other sects respected Sword Venerable Fudao, acknowledging Supreme Sect's luck. In confrontations with Supreme Sect, they were wary of Sword Venerable Fudao, but they weren't afraid he'd harm them, as long as they didn't commit heinous acts. Since Sword Venerable Fudao appeared, many disciples had perished during Supreme Sect's expansion, yet Sword Venerable Fudao hadn't sought vengeance. The sects and clans that decided to stay were bustling with excitement, as if the spring festival had come early. While the continent was invigorated, the cultivators of the Great Cold Demon Sect fell into despair. They watched as Guan's fingers slowly rose, appearing like ancient colossal peaks ascending, creating an overwhelmingly impactful scene. Even Immortal Path Realm cultivators watched in awe. The life-seizing immortal desperately mobilized his mana, but he couldn't move an inch, feeling as insignificant as an ant. How many years had it been? Ever since he entered the Nirvana realm, not to mention the carefree primordial immortal realm, he hadn't been so embarrassed. The other three carefree primordial immortals were in the same state, utterly immobile despite their full efforts, despair beyond common understanding. If they were so affected, not to mention cultivators of other realms, despair shrouded every heart. This hand had captured millions of the Great Cold Demon Sect's cultivators and demons. Those arriving cultivators from the Great Cold Demon Sect, upon seeing this gigantic hand, fled in panic, throwing aside all their rules and consequences. Guan looked down at the Great Cold Demon Sect cultivators and the demons they brought within his palm. He also hesitated. Killing too many would weigh on his conscience and he worried it might bring greater troubles. But remembering the countless lives Bai Hong had slaughtered, his heart hardened. Such a wicked sect, if it's to be extinguished, so be it. If even this act brought divine retribution, then Guan would question what heaven really stood for. Once Guan's thoughts cleared, he suddenly clenched his hand. His palm was so huge that a simple clench stirred up a terrifying storm, unleashing waves sweeping toward the horizon. The fierce winds assaulted Divine Exotic City, forcing it to activate its city protection array immediately. Leah watched as the protective barrier around Divine Exotic City violently distorted. He couldn't concern himself with the safety of the city as he looked into the distance, trembling. The sight of that mighty clenched fist was simply too magnificent. He even doubted whether immortal cultivation could really reach such a mighty level. He wondered whether the primordial ancestor was born an immortal, a true immortal, not merely a mortal who had cultivated into one. As Guan clenched, the heaven and earth fell silent. The terrifying oppression that had engulfed the continent and the surrounding seas was gone. Despite the rolling thunderclouds above, the masses felt as though they had emerged from the clouds into clear skies. You successfully seized 1,228 years of lifespan from Bai Lai, Loose Immortal Realm, 7th layer. You successfully seized 493 years of lifespan from Qin Sushin, Nirvana Realm, 9th layer. You successfully seized 58 years of lifespan from the Sei Crossing Old Immortal, Nirvana Realm, 8th layer. You successfully seized 2,780 years of lifespan from Yunhai Tianjun, Wandering Immortal Realm, 5th layer. Alerts continuously popped up before Guan's eyes, and then he vanished, but his remaining image in the sky left the beings in awe. The black fog enveloping the sea swiftly dissipated, signifying the end of a massive calamity. Leah recovered his senses and quickly urged the divine exotic immortal spirit to head towards the mainland. In the distance, the master of divine exotic realms stood atop the thunderclouds, infinite divine exotic resentful ghosts behind him, all displaying faces of fear, many visibly trembling. Even degraded to divine exotic resentful ghosts, they still felt terror from the formidable being they had just witnessed. How could such an existence be defeated? Their fear was palpable, dreading the realm master might order an attack. Fortunately, as the formidable presence disappeared, the realm master did not issue the command. The realm master turned and said, "Back to the divine exotic realm." Guan's strength filled him with ecstatic relief, though he restrained his emotions vigorously. Aligning with Zhang Buku was a move well played. As he turned, an unprecedented hope filled his heart. Guan returned to Mystic Valley, feeling Jiang Qiong's restless presence in the 8 scenic caves. Her steps were brisk. He immediately headed towards the 8 scenic caves. As Guan entered the cave pathway, Jiang Qiong's footsteps abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, the lifespan alerts continued to appear before Guan's eyes. Not yet reaching the cave entrance, Guan halted, his attention captured by two alerts. For the first time, your lifespan has breached 1 billion years, unlocking the lifespan samsara feature. Lifespan samsara. Every 100 years, execute once, undergoing reincarnation evolution. The evolution will reflect into reality, each use consuming 10 million years of lifespan. All memories acquired during the reincarnation will be transferred into your mind as if you experienced them personally. The duration of the reincarnation evolution is limitless, entirely dependent on your karmic choices during the evolution. Integration of real-world memories requires only an ancient hour. You successfully seized 487 years of lifespan from Zhu Changming, Mahayana realm, 9th layer, lifespan samsara. Seeing the 10 million year lifespan cost made Guan feel it was a ripoff. But after reading the explanation, he suddenly thought it might not be so bad. If during the reincarnation evolution he lived long enough, the Taoist sorcery, divine skills, and understanding of the Tao achieved in one lifetime could potentially be worth more than 10 million years of lifespan. Of course, he might also not survive past 100 years, a huge loss of 10 million years of lifespan. This was a massive gamble. As Guan pondered, Jiang Qiong's voice floated over. What are you standing there for? Come in already. On hearing this, Guan immediately strode forward. Tips indicating lifespan seizures continued. This series was a massive win. Guan had originally planned to use high-rank medical herbs from an outer world cave to push his lifespan over 1 billion years, but inevitably, some would push their luck too far. Folks get cocky, but if the heavens don't act, then he would. As Guan reached the base of the green vine tree, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. Jiang Qiong had dug a hole and placed a coffin inside. What was this, planning to bury himself? Jiang Qiong pointed at the coffin. Lie down here with me, it might help us avoid disaster. Guan pretended to be reluctant. Is this really necessary? Jiang Qiong glared, swiftly came forward, and pushed him. If he hadn't suppressed his Taoist gang primal energy, Jiang Qiong might have been obliterated. Guan had no choice but to lie down in the coffin. Jiang Qiong jumped in after him, forcibly pressing him down. Lying in the coffin, she swung her right hand, and the lid immediately covered them, plunging their vision into darkness. From the outside, the coffin began sinking into the earth, soon vanishing from sight. Confined in the cramped space of the coffin, Guan and Jiang Qiong squeezed together. In that moment, Guan's heart calmed. Massacring so many, even if all evil, his heart couldn't stay tranquil easily. Excessive killing bred malevolent energy, even a thrilling emotion of breaking free from moral shackles. He needed time to adjust. Now, lying in this darkness, his mood inexplicably steadied. Despite being in the dark, Guan could still see his lifespan alerts. Jiang Qiong's body began to squirm. Her arm was soft, she seemed to feel too squeezed, constantly pressing against Guan. Guan couldn't help asking, if the calamity doesn't strike, how long must we hide here before we can leave? Being squeezed in the coffin with Jiang Qiong, he actually found it quite amusing, a completely novel experience for him. Hide for a few decades, at least until we get past the life-seizing immortal's 100-year mark. That long? No, I need to go back. There are disciples in the valley, I can't abandon them. Humph, don't even think about it. Now that you've already lain down, don't think about leaving. As her words fell, Guan felt his left hand grasped by hers. Her hand was cold, like a corpse's. Guan tried to break free, but she held on tightly. Only after all the lifespan alerts had settled did Guan come back to his senses. He hadn't checked his lifespan yet, planning to later enjoy the moment of unveiling his lifespan. He spoke up, it's a bit uncomfortable squeezing like this, don't you think? Squeezing like this for decades, I'm afraid I might die. Jiang Qiong didn't respond but began to shift her body. Guan stiffened instantly. Jiang Qiong actually lay on top of him, face to face. In the darkness, Guan distinctly felt her breath was a bit agitated, though faint, not escaping his senses. Suddenly, Jiang Qiong's face pressed against Guan's chest, and he could feel one of her legs rubbing against his shin. This is bad. Things have gone too far. Guan fake coughed. Why are you so heavy? Jiang Qiong's breathing hitched, then Guan felt a hand land on his waist, fingers pinching his flesh. Chapter 299, Terrifying Lifespan. Kid, do you truly not know how to speak, or are you purposely trying to irritate me? In the darkness, Jiang Qiong's voice resounded, somewhat grinding her teeth in frustration, but her hand did not forcefully pinch Guan, it was merely a warning. Guan, of course, had intentionally disrupted the atmosphere. He feigned a cough and began asking Jiang Qiong what she would like to do after the disaster was over. Jiang Qiong fell into silence, her limbs ceasing to move as she started to contemplate the question seriously. In truth, she had always been unclear about what she really wanted to do. She had done many things to become stronger, but when the apocalyptic disaster arrived, she felt that her actions were meaningless. Guan did not disturb her, allowing her to think it over. However, the moment the silence settled, his mind began to wander. Pinned down by Jiang Qiong, Guan could feel every part of her body pressing against him. How could he remain calm? At that moment, the plots of Green Hero Travelogue, Supreme Secret Records, Black Heroes Travelogue, and many others flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he felt Jiang Qiong tremble slightly. He hurriedly shifted his thoughts to ponder what exactly lifespan samsara was. As his thoughts shifted, Jiang Qiong calmed down. She spoke up, if we truly can survive this catastrophe, then I'll focus on developing the Juhua sect. I won't wander around anymore. I feel like all these years of running about haven't really counted for much. That's good, Guan replied, to avoid any dangers. Jiang Qiong suddenly stretched out her hand, hugged Guan tightly, and whispered softly, the calamity of the ephemera sect left me without any relatives. You are now the only person I care about. Back when you first entered the 8 scenic caves, I was considering whether to kill you or not. Who would have thought that after so many years, you would become so important to me? Hearing this, Guan stiffened slightly and replied helplessly, is it that serious? I haven't been all that good to you. On the contrary, you've taught me quite a few spells. Setting aside the matter of Sword Venerable Fudao supporting Jiang Qiong, Guan genuinely felt that his outward contributions to Jiang Qiong paled in comparison to what she had offered him. Many spells Jiang Qiong taught him, he still used to this day. She had also given him magic artifacts and heavenly treasures. How can you say you haven't been good to me? You've managed the 8 scenic caves very well, and you've never betrayed me. Every time I've come back, you've taken good care of me. Affection isn't entirely about contributions. If you were stronger, you would definitely treat me even better, I understand that. And I felt right from our first meeting that you had the ability to kill me. You hid it well, but I knew not only that you didn't kill me, but also that you were obedient to me. Listening to Jiang Qiong, Guan suddenly didn't know what to say. Of course, you rascal, you are good to everyone. Everyone in the valley praises you, Jiang Qiong suddenly snorted. Hearing this, Guan immediately said, that's what makes me a scary talent, being good to everybody, making it hard to interpret my thoughts. Yes, but you never ask others for returns, which means you genuinely care for those around you and aren't aiming for anything. Stop undermining yourself. I can feel whether you are genuine or not. Pretense cannot last long, Jiang Qiong said softly. Guan, seemingly startled, said, you're not thinking of exchanging vows, are you? That won't work. My junior sister and I plan to get married in the last 100 years of our lives. Jiang Qiong laughed and said, the last 100 years? What if one of you lives longer? Whoever lives longer, it's still the same path to go down. The pursuit of immortal cultivation isn't about enduring love, but about eternal life. You certainly see it clearly. Yes, so don't harbor any improper thoughts about me. Why can't I? At the Thousand Autumn Pavilion, it's common for one person to have multiple Daoist friends, and female cultivators can have many Daoist friends too, as long as she is strong enough. Now I am stronger than you, and you can't escape my grasp unless one day your cultivation surpasses mine. Jiang Qiong said proudly, her hand catching Gu An's face as she spoke. She suddenly began her offensive. You demon cultivator, faking refuge from the calamity and actually abusing me? You can scream all you want now, it's useless. Be careful, I won't be nice. Come on, seeing your cultivation, I'm too lazy to immobilize you. I just like seeing you struggle. Don't worry, it'll be gentle. Jiang Qiong laughed very proudly, grabbing Gu An's wrists with her hands, pinning him down. Then, Guan felt something soft press on his face, beginning to explore around. Not good. This guy's gone wild. A thought crossed Gu An's mind, and the earth suddenly trembled. Jiang Qiong immediately stopped, not daring to move. Guan breathed a sigh of relief, but just then, Jiang Qiong suddenly launched a sneak attack, catching him off guard. Wait, it seems the disaster is over. Guan suddenly said. How can you be sure? Jiang Qiong questioned. Before finding you, I saw Sword Venerable Fudao make a move. Oh. Then you still came, it seems you also expected something to happen between us. I just saw you were prepared and didn't want to waste our time, let's go out and see. Is that so? Really, let's go up. I'll think about it. Boom. Beneath the green vine tree, the earth stirred, and a coffin rose, its lid popping open, and Guan immediately leaped out, then straightened his clothes. Nearly lost my virginity. I can't let the over 200 years worth of my preserved virginity be breached. Guan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Mouth is okay, but can't leak vital energy. Jiang Qiong slowly climbed out of the coffin, her hair slightly disheveled, her clothes not neat. She raised her eyes to look at Guan, giving him a seductive smile that caused him to quickly turn his head. We should stop calling me martial master. After all, I forcefully took Qing Xiandan as a disciple, and Qing Xiandan took you with ulterior motives, so it's not a real lineage. No, you brat never even called me martial master, really, all men are the same, it's just that you, kid, are reluctant yet compliant, guarding against something, Jiang Qiong said, glaring at Guan. Guan dropped a sentence and left, I'm going to check the situation. He immediately slipped away. Jiang Qiong went to the edge of the pit, watching his retreating back, she licked her lips as if savoring something. When Guan returned to the third medicine valley, the valley was still bustling with activity. Stealing the 5 elements and 9-fingered divine lord had also come back, standing together with Shen Xinzi, separated by a restriction, discussing the formidable power of Sword Venerable Fudao, unable to contain their emotions. To suppress the entire Great Cold Demon sect with one hand was too exaggerated. It subverted everyone's understanding. For decades, the power of the Great Cold Demon sect had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Only because of understanding the terror of the Great Cold Demon sect did everyone realize how incredibly powerful Sword Venerable Fudao was. Guan looked up and saw a figure hovering above the great heavenly spirit land, watching the continent where Guan was. The 9th layer of the carefree immortal realm. Although only one small realm higher than the Sword Venerable, the presence far surpassed the Sword Venerable, the gap enormous. Presumably, he was the master of the Great Cold Demon sect. At this moment, this master only dared to watch from a distance, not daring to come down. Guan also saw those fleeing cultivators of the Great Cold Demon sect disperse like monkeys scattering from a fallen tree, already completely devoid of will to fight. He did not continue to pursue the kill, one reason being that the remaining cultivators were not as powerful as those he had suppressed, and another being he felt many presences approaching, even the presence of divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. Yes, definitely the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. However, the person did not come with malice, and the direction was exactly where the Holy Land of Holy Court was located. Now that the Holy Court had appeared, it would not be appropriate for him to continue the chase. Next, it would be seen what stance the Holy Court took. Guan brought up his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 210/790, 407, 832, physique, primordial karmic body, cultivation level, divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, 9th layer, 790 million years of lifespan. Guan suddenly felt like cursing. That was too awesome. The guilt from the killing faded instantly. Besides, he had not killed indiscriminately. He was executing justice on heaven's behalf, ultimately for the people. Finally, he could fully upgrade. Guan grinned. Very close to 1 billion now, should he wait a bit longer? Forget it, damn it, just 100 million years. He had to wait a long time. How much longer for the remaining 200 million years? Look for a chance to break through. And it was a comprehensive upgrade. Heart surging with excitement, Guan even felt like trying out a 10 million year lifespan samsara just to see what it was. He walked towards the pavilion clusters, shouting with mana, "Today, to thank Sword Venerable Fudao for resolving the calamity, let's celebrate tonight, consider it a holiday, deacons get moving." His voice spread throughout Medicine Valley. Achieving this feat with core formation realm cultivation was not difficult, and soon, various cheers rose within the valley. When Guan reached his own pavilion, Ji Xiaoyu came up to him indicating with her eyes. They both went upstairs and closed the door. "I think Sword Venerable Fudao's silhouette seemed familiar," Ji Xiaoyu said seriously, causing Guan's heart to tremble. What did that mean? Could she have linked it to me? Guan immediately became uneasy, a supreme power who suppressed the great cold demon sect spooked by a core formation realm cultivator. He asked with a frown, could it be that Sword Venerable Fudao originates from the Ji family? Ji Xiaoyu shook her head. "No, I saw him in a dream. It must have been a scene from a past life." Hearing this, Guan breathed a sigh of relief, but his brows furrowed even deeper. Today's battle was an eye-opener. I suddenly feel that I can't die too early in this life. I need to follow in the footsteps of Sword Venerable Fudao. Ji Xiaoyu spoke again, her face full of admiration. Chase after Sword Venerable Fudao. He was divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, 9th layer. Guan didn't discourage Ji Xiaoyu. What if she really could achieve it? He started motivating Ji Xiaoyu. They chatted for a while before Ji Xiaoyu finally left, but when she reached the door, she stopped, turned back to look at Guan, and said, "The scent of a woman on you is stronger now. It's still the same woman as last time. You two must have entangled a bit, although you don't seem to have leaked any essence." After that, she pushed the door open and left without closing it. Guan stood there puzzled. How did she figure that out? What kind of divine skill was that, or was it a talent? Guan didn't dwell on it, living another life. He planned to be carefree and at ease. Why worry too much, just follow his heart. He started waiting for that divine immortal of wondrous Dharma to leave, as long as the person didn't mess around, and once they left, he would find a place to break through. Chapter 300, 7 Divine Golden Bodies. Primordial Ultimate Body. The mysterious divine immortal of wondrous Dharma wandered in this mortal world region, never stepping onto the continent where Guan was located. A day and a night later, he left. Starting from the second day, rumors about the great cold demon sect being annihilated single-handedly by Sword Venerable Fudao spread like a hurricane across the seas, shocking the countless beings that were fleeing. Their first reaction was disbelief, as the news sounded too preposterous. The world was in an uproar, and within the supreme sect, it was a time of celebration, with dazzling lights and decoration everywhere. Everyone was singing praises of Sword Venerable Fudao's magnificent feats and mighty power. This time, Sword Venerable Fudao's rescue efforts had a wider reach than ever before. How could they not be proud? They were unclear if there truly were immortals who cared for the common folk in this world, but at least in their hearts, Sword Venerable Fudao was an immortal who brought salvation to all living beings. The day after the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma left, Guan quietly departed from the continent. He headed south, moving away from the mortal world region where the supreme sect was located. Eventually, he arrived at a desolate sea, where the number of beings was extremely sparse. Whether deep within the sea or above its surface, numerous lost souls and wild ghosts floated about. The sky above this place was covered with dense, oppressive clouds, but the spiritual energy here was quite abundant. After surveying the area with his divine sense, Guan discovered an island deep within the ocean guarded by powerful restrictions. If he were to break through forcefully, he would undoubtedly alert the entity within. He speculated that a carefree primordial immortal might be hiding inside because, although the restrictions were strong, he felt it wouldn't be difficult to break through if he wanted. No wonder the spiritual energy was so abundant here, yet there were so few beings. It turns out a malevolent deity was hidden within. Guan landed on an uninhabited isolated island and immediately activated the lifespan barrier. 790 million years of lifespan. The more he looked at it, the more invigorating it felt. He had never been so affluent before. Guan sat cross-legged in front of a withered tree, looking at his attribute panel, chuckling to himself. First, he would enjoy the moment for a while longer. After a good while, Guan then reined in his emotions and decided to give lifespan samsara a try. He would test the waters with 10 million years. If this function turned out to be ineffective, he would dismiss it forever, just like the lifespan deduction he had initiated before. You have spent 10 million years of lifespan to trigger one reincarnation evolution, beginning connection to Tao rules, searching for reincarnation heaven and earth. You have the following heaven and earth options, choose any one. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 3. The Great Multiverse, HM. There's even a Great Heavenly Spirit Land? Guan thought if the reincarnation evolution reflected reality, could it be that it's not just memory fusion, but it could also affect reality itself? He wasn't sure, so after some thought, he decided not to choose the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, to avoid any potential issues. He was drawn to the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. The name sounded well suited for his life-stealing ability. Since it was reincarnation evolution, perhaps he would still possess his current golden finger. That's the one. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. You choose to reincarnate into the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Considering that the Tao rules of this world cannot conceal your talent, you will retain the life-stealing ability, but cannot unlock stage-specific functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born in a village in the East Profound Domain, and your parents named you Chu Lu. At the age of 7, you accidentally pulled up a spirit grass in the mountains, stealing 8 years of lifespan, marking a turning point in your destiny. At the age of 8, you took an immortal cultivator as a master and traveled the world with him. At 15, you encountered a cultivator robbery. To protect you, your master died. You harbored a grudge, hid in the mountains, and began to accumulate lifespan. By 18, you evolved your cultivation level to the nascent soul realm through lifespan evolution, and you began your revenge. At 19, you infiltrated the residence of your enemies, killing everyone until only one person remained, a girl. Seeing her fearful demeanor, you felt some reluctance and struggled internally. Do you choose to execute her? The prompt stopped here. Guan paused for a moment, choosing not to execute her. Joking aside, with his life-stealing ability, he certainly wouldn't be hunted by this girl. You spared the girl, Qingjialan, and resumed your path of immortal cultivation. Seeing this prompt, Guan smiled. This girl, like his junior sister, also had Lan in her name. The previous prompts had no names. It seemed the deceased don't get named unless they survive. Hold on, his parents and master were initially alive as well, but they were not named. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that this Qingjialan would live a long time? At 20, you joined the Tai sect, and with your exceptional cultivation level and talent, you became a direct disciple, making a name for yourself within the sect. At 21, you utilized the lifespan deduction cultivation technique to master the 7 hearts technique. At 22, jealous of you, the sect leader's son ambushed you while you were on a mission, surrounding you with his people. You executed all his followers, leaving only the sect leader's son alive. He knelt before you, begging for mercy, and you hesitated. Do you choose to execute him? Kill. Guan didn't hesitate, and the prompt continued to appear. Killing men and sparing women? Seems like there's something wrong with the standard, huh? Guan criticized himself internally. Subsequently, him and the reincarnation returned to the Tai sect, faced continuous strife and enmity, and he always chose to kill, since it was others who provoked him. Killing led to the unveiling of secrets, and he was pursued by the Tai sect and even placed on a wanted list. After that, almost every year, he was embroiled in battles, sometimes several times within a year. Once, Guan chose to save a wounded cultivator he encountered by chance, only for that person to summon a large group of cultivators to ambush him. intending to seize the magic artifact in his possession. Angered, Guan's killing intent intensified. One betrayal after another, jealousy, and feuds kept unfolding. What an impressive turn of events. Indeed, this was the dark great heaven and earth, and the world seemed excessively grim. Over the first 50 years, Guan encountered not a single kind-hearted cultivator. He was fighting alone the entire time. The most distressing part for him was that, in order to get back at him, his enemies extracted the souls of his family still in the mountain village and refined them into resentful ghosts to be embedded in ghost devices. Furious, Guan became even more ruthless in his subsequent choices, always responding to killing with killing. His lifespan accumulated rapidly, and by 50, he had reached the cultivation level of loose immortal realm, becoming the East Profound Domain's killing god. At the age of 65, you encountered the girl you once spared, Qingjialan. She had now become a disciple of the Blue Sky Holy Sect, a renowned genius. She recognized you and was very grateful. You were moved by her attitude. At 66, pursued by Qingjialan, you both became Daoist friends. At 67, Qingjialan gave birth to a son and a daughter for you, and you cherished her even more. At 68, while you were cultivating, a wandering carefree primordial immortal from the Blue Sky Holy Sect descended. He was known as the Black Profound Emperor and crushed you to death. Reincarnation ends. What? It's over already? Guan nearly spit blood. For 10 million years of lifespan, he only got 68 years of life? Black Profound Emperor. Okay, very good. Without giving Guan time to ponder more, a vast array of memories flooded his mind, the life of Chu Lu, as if he had experienced it himself. However, since it was reincarnation evolution, he didn't feel the length during the assimilation process. It was like recalling past memories, recalling some experiences, a rather peculiar sensation. Although he only lived for 68 years in this life, Chu Lu improved a cultivation technique over his lifetime, and even evolved it into a divine skill that caused a sensation in both the past and the present. Developed from the Seven Hearts technique after numerous enhancements, it is now known as the Seven Divine Gold Bodies. 7 divine gold bodies, with an inherent cultivation technique. Once mastered, it forms 7 souls, each equipped with divine skills, allowing him to resurrect even if killed. In memory, getting crushed by the Black Profound Emperor wasn't as straightforward. He resurrected 6 times in the Black Profound Emperor's hands, but the result was the same. The gap in cultivation level was too vast. His teleportation divine power was unable to let him escape. After assimilating the 7 divine gold bodies, Guan felt somewhat placated. It is hard to say if the value of the 7 divine gold bodies could match 10 million years of lifespan, but it certainly was not something to be gained with just 1 or 2 million years of lifespan. The skill was extremely powerful, allowing nascent soul realm Chu Lu to severely injure enemies of the 2nd level of wandering immortal realm, proving its strength. Sigh, it was not enough perseverance. Guan realized that in reincarnation evolution, he could only make decisions at destiny's turning points and couldn't control his reincarnated self. Thinking about it, didn't this mean that all other worlds of reincarnation also had their own thought processes? Isn't this also the case with reincarnation in reality? Ji Xiaoyu in this life was completely different from her previous life. Guan withdrew his thoughts, noticing that the ground was full of spiritual energy. This showed that reincarnation evolution also consumed real-world spiritual energy. Fortunately, he had changed locations to avoid affecting the Supreme Sect and the continent. Time to get down to real business. Today, he would break through a major realm. Guan accessed the attribute panel and poured 20 million years of lifespan into physique. Primordial karmic body advanced to primordial chaos body, then ascended to primordial ultimate body. Awakening the great divine power, the primordial chaos grand disk. This divine skill was an amalgamation of attack, defense, and sealing abilities, larger and more formidable than regular heaven and earth rules, possessing the might to crush heaven and earth rules. Guan immediately trained this divine skill to mastery realm. Vast spiritual energy surged into Guan's mind, and his consciousness entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Primordial ultimate body and primordial karmic body, although both named after primordial, had a huge disparity. By reaching ultimate body, one could easily see through heaven and earth rules as well as cause and effect, exerting absolute suppression over the primordial body type. Although Guan had not yet encountered a primordial body type, he felt that primordial must exist. After all, it was achieved through the elevation of his own body type, indicating that if the mortals of the great heavenly spirit land traced back their ancestry, they might very well be linked to primordial. He just did not know where primordial was located. As Guan devoured the spiritual energy, the silent and gloomy sea stirred into a tempest, as a powerful divine sense swept across the sea. Unfortunately, no matter how much it searched, it could not find Guan. An ancient hour later, Guan finally opened his eyes, and his physique was completely transformed into a primordial ultimate body. His current strength had reached a terrifying level, and the sensation of power was exceedingly delightful. He even wanted to find someone to test his newfound strength against. Fortunately, he resisted the urge. Cannot drift away. Chu Lu was too overconfident, killing throughout his path, only to be crushed to death by a cultivator several major realms above. Guan looked at the cultivation technique section. Primordial Chaos Supreme Holy Skill and All Things Form and Energy Art were each worth 20 million years of lifespan. The reason he only used 20 million years of lifespan was that he started to covet the function that would unlock with 1 billion years of lifespan. Chapter 301, Breakthrough to the 9th Layer of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm. In the next ancient hour, Guan enhanced the Primordial Chaos Supreme Holy Skill to the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, and yet, 20 million years of lifespan only advanced him by one level, luckily reaching the peak of perfection. At the same time, he awakened the divine skill, Unlimited Avatars. Every element of the 5 elements spiritual energy could turn into an avatar. This divine skill's combat power wasn't particularly outstanding as it manifested in quantity, since the 5 elements spiritual energy existed everywhere. He continued to advance. The All Things Form and Energy Art was elevated to the Chaotic Myriad Forms Freedom Technique and then further to the Tao Void Mysterious Divine Thought Skill. Similarly costing 20 million years of lifespan, no new divine skills were awakened, but the technique itself was a divine skill. The Tao Void Mysterious Divine Thought Skill, once mastered, would not be restricted by rules. With a mere thought, he could suppress cultivation level, breath, appearance, and everything else, making them unperceivable to others. With this technique, there was no need for Guan to use transformation techniques. Of course, what he valued most was its marvelous effect in hiding cultivation level and breath. In the reincarnation evolution, Chu Lu died quickly exactly because he lacked this technique. Of course, trusting Qing Zhelan also played a part. After Guan passed on the Tao Void Mysterious Divine Thought Skill, another ancient hour had passed. Next was the promotion of the Boundless Heaven Constricting Sword to the Eternal Boundless Divine Sword. The Limitless Freedom Step was finally elevated to the Stepping Path of Ages Step, a technique that allowed time reversal within a specific range of each footstep, transforming all things from death to life, from life to null. Of course, this stepping technique couldn't aid in achieving immortality since it had limitations and was primarily used for combat. The 9 extremes yin-yang body was finally advanced to the Tao of transcending void body. Guan also enhanced the soul capturing skill, promoting it to the great imprisoned soul immortal technique, consuming 5 million years of lifespan. The previous 3 ultimate skills and divine skills each consumed 20 million years of lifespan, totaling 65 million years of lifespan. Adding the physique and cultivation technique, Guan had already spent 105 million years of lifespan. The consumption from the lifespan barrier was also a significant figure. Even without breaking through, he felt invincible at this moment. But he needed to be cautious. He must break through. Guan reopened the attribute panel, focusing his gaze on the cultivation level column. At this moment, the entire ocean was experiencing a violent storm, with endless towering waves, as the divine sense of a carefree primordial immortal frantically scanned the area. Guan didn't mind since the area was mostly inhabited by lost souls and wild ghosts who wandered the mortal world, suffering from the rejection of the heaven and earth rules. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to invest 5 million years of his lifespan. It was uncertain whether the early investment of 100 million years of lifespan could erase the gap in the difficulty of cultivation between the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma and higher realms. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 30,000 years, forcefully attempting to assault the Tao void mysterious immortal realm with the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, starting the tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the 6 realms destiny ultimate void tribulation, failing the tribulation, 30,000 years for one tribulation crossing. Guan was thrilled, knowing that previously, when he attempted to reach the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, it took 60,000 years for one chance to cross the tribulation. However, even more surprising events occurred. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300,000 years, you endured the 6 realms destiny ultimate void tribulation with the forceful use of the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, and succeeded in the tribulation crossing, advancing your cultivation level to the first layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 500,000 years, advancing your cultivation level to the second layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm, 10 successful crossings. I'm really fucking strong. Guan was ecstatic, but as he looked further, his smile gradually faded. The time required for each level in the Tao void mysterious immortal realm kept increasing. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 4 million years, advancing your cultivation level to the 8th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 4.7 million years, advancing your cultivation level to the 9th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 5 million years, forcefully assailing the divine thought true immortal realm with the great accomplishment of infinite primordial creation, starting the tribulation crossing. You didn't endure the heavenly Tao 49 mysterious void tribulation, failing the tribulation, that's good. Reaching the 9th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm in 5 million years was an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. But what's after was shocking, an attempt of tribulation every 300,000 years. If following the old pattern, failing 100 times would mean 30 million years of lifespan? Failing 200 times would mean 60 million years of lifespan. That's ridiculously exaggerated. Is the divine thought true immortal that mighty? It's a big leap. Guan didn't question it much, given he hadn't even heard of the Tao void mysterious immortal, let alone the higher divine thought true immortal. Once again, nature's spiritual energy surged towards him, the entire ocean's spiritual energy abruptly sank, and its range rapidly expanded. Damn! This commotion is a bit excessive. Guan was secretly alarmed, feeling he might once again bring about a calamity to the mortal world. The vast amounts of spiritual energy required to transition from the 9th layer of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma to the 9th layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal far exceeded Guan's imagination. However, he could judge the resources of the great heavenly spirit land through this disturbance. If his breakthrough affected the entire great heavenly spirit land, it would indicate that the Tao void mysterious realm cultivators in the great heavenly spirit land were few and far between. While feeling the transformation within himself, Guan observed the surroundings. The range of spiritual energy extraction grew larger, and in less than 30 minutes, it exceeded the size of the area the great cold demon sect planned to annihilate and was still rapidly increasing. Time swiftly passed. An hour later, Guan forcefully achieved the Tao void mysterious immortal. Regardless of the realm, the evolutionary cultivation would always compress the breakthrough into 1 hour. The mysteries of the Tao void mysterious immortal flooded into his mind. A Tao void mysterious immortal could transcend universal rules and travel through the Great Thousand World. The so-called Great Thousand World consists of countless realms like the Great Heavenly Spirit Land, and only reaching this level would one touch the barriers of the universe. Of course, not all universes can be easily traversed, as there are also differences in strength among them. The power of a mysterious immortal is even greater, capable of transforming all things into living beings. Reaching this level means starting to condense one's own Tao. The so-called Tao is the condensation of the overall path of immortal cultivation, manifesting as will, capable of condensing a Tao form and using it to battle and suppress everything. Guan was immersed in the transformation brought by the Tao void mysterious immortal, unable to extricate himself. Only when his cultivation level broke through to the second layer of the Tao void mysterious immortal realm did his consciousness awaken. He looked up, the universe no longer looked so distant to him. His gaze and divine sense reached perfect unity, allowing him even to peer into the ends of the universe. He saw the silent destruction domain described by Zia, a place of utter darkness emitting a terrifying aura that made it difficult for him to infiltrate lightly. For he sensed auras within that made him wary, not just one, but several. Time continued to move forward. Guan began to detect the approach of various cultivators' aura. Looking up, he saw a massive number of cultivators flying out of the Holy Land where the Holy Court was located, quickly approaching, the numbers even surpassing those of the Great Cold Demon sect. His breakthrough had indeed alarmed the Holy Court. It must be said, compared to the Holy Court, the Great Cold Demon sect was utterly incomparable. The cultivators who flew out were of loose immortal realm at the lowest, numbering over 5 million and still increasing. More than 5 million loose immortals, what an exaggeration. He even sensed the aura of divine immortals of wondrous Dharma and carefree primordial immortals, with more than 10 divine immortals of wondrous Dharma among them. The cultivators of the Holy Court dispersed to protect various continents and islands. The ocean stirred up world-shocking waves, the speed of the sinking spiritual energy causing many continents to shatter. Seeing the Holy Court coming out to protect the common people, Guan breathed a sigh of relief, holding the Holy Court in much higher regard. He didn't want his breakthrough to result in the extinction of countless beings. It seems the support of the Great Cold Demon sect by the Holy Court was only the will of that Holy King. If the Holy Court became his enemy in the future, regardless of the animosity, simply for today's actions of the Holy Court, he wouldn't thoroughly exterminate them. Of course, it would be even better if he could establish friendly relations with the Holy Court. Cultivation doesn't have to be all about fighting and killing. The benefits derived from slaughtering the Great Cold Demon sect were indeed massive, but it also attracted much wariness. Look now, the battle just ended, and divine immortals of wondrous Dharma have shown up, a realm previously unheard of. If he became too arrogant and a more terrifying existence than the divine thought true immortal appeared and slapped him to death with one palm, what could he do? The experience of Chu Lu was a lesson. Of course, more of Chu Lu's death was due to trusting the wrong person. Guan couldn't help but curse at him, how dare you marry into the family of someone you killed? Although initially, Chu Lu was the victim, he should have stayed away from Qingjialan. With the Holy Court taking action, Guan felt even more at ease. He began to focus on enjoying the transformation of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. Reaching the 9th layer of the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal realm, what could the Holy King behind the Great Cold Demon sect do to him? If that Holy King was also a Tao Void Mysterious Immortal, then Guan would fight with all his might to achieve another breakthrough. Chapter 302, Absolutely Not Intoxicating. Under the cloak of night, the vast ocean was riddled with shadows of great cultivators flitting by, and many sea monsters leaped out of the water, making the night all the more terrifying. The isolated island where Guan was situated was surrounded by terrifying waves, which could engulf it at any moment. Yet, he was still waiting for the breakthrough to conclude. The amount of spiritual energy needed for each minor realm within the Tao Void Mysterious Immortal realm far exceeded that for breakthroughs in previous major realms. Guan had been observing the outside world, for he wanted to know the impact of this breakthrough on the great heavenly spirit land. By now, the range of the descending spiritual energy had become enormously exaggerated. However, in comparison to the entire great heavenly spirit land, it was still not sufficient to shake the whole. The great heavenly spirit land was far too vast. Even though Guan could now see beyond the heavens, he could not overlook the vastness within the great heavenly spirit land. As time elapsed, more and more great cultivators arrived to protect the oceans from all corners, and even sects that Guan previously dared not spy upon sent out great cultivators. Even the dynasty populated entirely by heavenly spirit life forms had sent people out. Guan suddenly discovered an interesting point. The immortal spirit dynasty and the Holy Court were situated on opposite sides of the great heavenly spirit land, as distant from each other as possible, giving a clear demarcation. He would have to find an opportunity to learn about the immortal spirit dynasty from Baizia next time. Guan saw that apart from this stretch of the ocean, the continents and islands and other seas were all protected by great cultivators, even floating in the air near the continent where the supreme sect was located, holding back the waves. The Holy Court's efficiency was truly formidable. It could offer swift protection to the common people within a short period of time, truly worthy of its name. It is worth mentioning that the carefree primordial immortal of this ocean region had been the target of a manhunt. He was besieged by several other carefree primordial immortals and had already fled to outer heaven. Guan couldn't help but mourn him silently. My sin, my sin. Although the other party became involved because of him, Guan had no choice. He had to break through. Going anywhere would attract attention. Going to outer heaven would attract at least those at the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, which would be far too dangerous. However, considering the current commotion, Guan's next breakthrough would have to take place outside of heaven. Although outer heaven was dangerous, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal was not weak. Guan had already seen the words, Divine Thought True Immortal, and had a vast lifespan. He couldn't feel at ease without reaching the 9th layer of Divine Thought True Immortal. He would have to control his next breakthrough a bit more. Reaching the 9th layer, he would have to restrain himself and not prematurely peer into the name of the next realm, lest his heart itch with curiosity. Guan thought silently to himself. The anomalies above the ocean had not affected outer heaven. The moon set and the sun rose. When morning arrived, the turmoil of spiritual energy over the ocean gradually returned to calm. Guan had finally reached the 9th level of Tao Void Mysterious Immortal. He slowly opened his eyes, and the golden patterns on his forehead shone with an illusory vertical golden eye. The pupil of the primordial divine eye was gradually turning black, then deep gray, making this vertical eye all the more terrifying and oppressive. With a thought, Guan caused the primordial divine eye to disappear. He slowly stood up. Without taking a step, his figure vanished on the spot from the island. Almost instantaneously, he arrived within the Nianshu cave of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain. Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, and Tian Bai were all immersed in cultivation. The cave was quiet, save for the sound of dripping water, exuding a profound serenity. Guan clapped his hands, and the 3 demons awoke. They quickly came out of the house and upon seeing Guan, were overjoyed and rushed to meet him. Master, what exactly happened outside these past 2 days? Yes indeed, such a terrifying aura came through. Master, are you all right? The 3 demons chattered excitedly, their questions buzzing with enthusiasm. Guan felt a pang of guilt. He should have visited sooner. Instead, he had let them worry for so long. Come on, let's go to the outer world cave, Guan called out, then took the 3 demons away with him. Along the way, the 3 demons talked incessantly, and Guan did not hide anything from them, recounting the calamities they encountered outside. Divine exotic resentful ghosts, divine exotic ghost kings, the great cold demon sect, the heavenly fire catastrophe, and more, all of these stories made them tremble with fear. But hearing from Guan that the calamity had passed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They began to wonder who had resolved the calamity. Guan said even he wasn't sure. When they arrived at the outer world cave, Guan raised his hand. Countless storage bags, storage rings, and storage dharma artifacts flew out of his sleeves and piled up on the open ground. The 3 demons were stunned. Tian Yaoer couldn't help but ask, why are there so many? Guan didn't answer. After piling the collected storage dharma artifacts into a mountain, he swept over them with his divine sense, dispelling all restrictions. In an instant, he obliterated anything that might be harmful. I entrust these to you. On ordinary days, refrain from touching them to avoid attracting powerful beings, Guan warned them. In truth, no matter how much they handled them, they wouldn't attract other cultivators. He was only worried they might accidentally harm themselves. The 3 demons nodded blankly, still not fully grasping the situation. Guan didn't explain further and disappeared on the spot. Tian Bai came to her senses and tentatively asked, could the mysterious great power who saved us from the calamity be our master? Tian Yaoer had a strange expression. Long suspecting that Guan downplayed his own strength when he said he was no match for the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, she became even more certain now. She just didn't understand why Guan would hide his true cultivation level. Elsewhere, Guan returned to the Supreme Sect. The continent where the Supreme Sect resided had not been affected by the disturbances of the previous night, though the winds between the heavens and the earth were a bit stronger. He first returned to the 8 scenic caves to inform Jiang Qiong that the Great Cold Demon sect had been eradicated. Jiang Qiong was shocked and immediately left. Guan didn't follow her. Instead, he used the teleportation array in the valley to return to the Third Medicine Valley. Even after 2 days had passed, the atmosphere in the valley was still lively. Most people were discussing the Great Cold Demon sect. Stealing the 5 Elements and 9-Finger Divine Lord resumed their chess game, occasionally shouting, drawing laughter from the surrounding disciples. The servant disciples, who were laboring, were also spirited, and even the white spirit rat under the mystic pure tree was unusually awake, lying at Nzin's feet, enjoying her petting. Everything seemed so harmonious, bringing a smile to Gu An's face. He had taken the risk to intervene so that he could see such a scene every day. Guan walked towards his own loft, his divine sense turned towards outer heaven. His next breakthrough had to take place in outer heaven. He wondered if it was because of last night's anomaly, but there were many great cultivators patrolling above the great heavenly spirit land. Although their cultivation levels were not as high as his, he still didn't want to appear at this critical juncture. He would wait for those great cultivators to disperse before he went to outer heaven for the breakthrough. With his remaining lifespan, breaking through to divine thought true immortal should not be difficult. Thinking of this, Gu An's mood became even more pleasant. He hummed a tune as he ascended to his loft, where the blood prison great saint, lying in wait, watched his master, deep in thought. After Guan entered and closed the door, blood prison great saint finally thought, the master seems to have become stronger again. How high is his realm? On the day the Great Cold Demon sect attacked, the colossal figure that stood taller than heaven and earth fell into the eyes of Blood Prison Great Saint, and he immediately knew that it was his master. He felt more than ever that ending up in Gu An's hands was an incredible stroke of fate. Others couldn't get such a chance even if they wanted it. Thinking this, he wore a proud smile. Considering the millennium term, it now seemed like nothing in comparison. When the millennium came, he would choose to stay and continue to serve Guan, whether as an ox or a horse. He had already set his sights on the position of the head disciple of the Third Medicine Valley. Considering Nzin's talent, he was sure she would be buried by then, so who could compete with him? As for Yang Jian, he would definitely want to venture out. The boy also had such ambition. At the same time, inside the loft, Guan sat in a chair and lay down in the position he found most comfortable. Looking at his remaining lifespan of over 600 million years, the corners of his mouth just couldn't help but turn up. He must not become complacent. He would have to continue cultivating medicinal herbs in the future. Tao Void Mysterious Immortal was not his final destination, nor would Divine Thought True Immortal be. He had to keep growing stronger. Right now, he was indeed powerful, but there were still things in the world he could not see through, and thus needed to keep cultivating diligently. For the next few days, Guan began moving between the various medicine valleys, returning to his usual life. During this time, Sage Xian Miao of the North Sea Mountain inquired about his opinion of Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan casually praised him without elaborating much. 5 days later, Guan noticed a group of cultivators with strong cultivation levels sneaking into the continent, investigating the public opinion about Sword Venerable Fudao. These cultivators were all from the Holy Court. It was not just this continent, cultivators from the Holy Court were also investigating the Great Cold Demon sect and the surrounding seas. Guan did not intervene. The Holy Court beginning to investigate the Great Cold Demon sect suggested that the matter had alarmed the upper echelons of the Holy Court, and the Holy King could no longer act unilaterally. After harvesting all the mature medicinal herbs in the various medicine valleys, Guan began to relax and rest. He found 9-Finger Divine Lord and played a game of chess, winning 3 rounds in a row. Stealing the 5 Elements became interested and wanted to play as well. Starting from Gu An's first move, an hour later, Guan stood up, holding the 7 stars mirror as a fan, strutting off in a superior manner. Stealing the 5 elements sat stunned on the stone stool, gazing at the chessboard, utterly lost in thought. The surrounding disciples were thrilled, all praising Guan. Stealing the 5 elements had always been winning, quite arrogantly at that. Seeing their master defeat him, how could the disciples not be exhilarated? Nine-Finger Divine Lord was amused. It turned out it wasn't that he was inadequate, rather, Guan truly possessed extraordinary comprehension in the ways of chess. Guan left amid the cheers of the disciples, his face wearing a smug smile. Play against me? You'll need another 100 million years of practice. Guan admitted that those at the 9th layer of heaven and earth flying immortal realm were powerful, just 27 small realms below him. Returning to the loft, Guan sat down and opened his attribute panel. He felt regret over the previous lifespan samsara and wished to start another game. After all, there were still plenty of Holy Court great cultivators patrolling outside heaven, so there was no rush to break through. Just one game, and definitely not getting carried away. You consume 10 million years of lifespan to initiate 1 reincarnation evolution. Connecting with Tao rules. Searching for reincarnation worlds. You can choose one of the following worlds. 1. Great Heavenly Spirit Land. 2. 9 Extreme Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Guan hesitated for a moment before deciding he would still choose the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Where one falls, there one shall rise. This time, he would not repeat the same mistakes. You have chosen to reincarnate into the Dark Great Heaven and Earth. Considering that the Tao rules of this world cannot conceal your talent, you shall retain your ability to seize lifespan, but you will not be able to unlock stage-wise functions. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you are born into a noble household within the Beiqian domain's Great Xia Holy Dynasty, blessed by your parents with the name Xiao Xingtian. At the age of 5, while you are fast asleep, you fall victim to poisoning by a concubine of your father's 3rd wife. Before you lose consciousness, you glimpse her figure. Fortunately, your mother discovers you in time, allowing for your rescue. Once your strength returns, your grandfather gathers the family in the Great Hall. Faced with your grandfather's query, will you choose to expose that you were poisoned by the 3rd wife's concubine? Chapter 303 Fighting Will. Guan's hostility. Seeing the prompt of reincarnation evolution, Guan hesitated. If it had been earlier, he would have definitely chosen to expose the crimes of the 3rd concubine to seek justice for himself, but Chu Lu's short life had left him with a psychological shadow. Although lifespan samsara was just an evolution and would not harm his original self, he was toying with 10 million years of lifespan. Moreover, the prompt was brief, and he couldn't analyze the specifics of the situation or understand the background of the 3rd concubine. What if exposing her would bring about a deadly disaster? Forget it, he should endure it for now. Although it was a grieving, it wasn't something he personally experienced. You choose to reveal you were poisoned by the 3rd concubine, a turmoil in the Shao Kingdom's mansion thus resolved. At the age of 8, you began to practice swordsmanship, and accidentally cut a spirit grass during the process, claiming 8 years of lifespan and marking a turning point in your life of immortal cultivation. At 12, thanks to lifespan evolution, your cultivation level broke through to the nascent soul realm. At 17, the Great Ming dynasty was besieged by 3 dynasties, the lands shattered, and you followed the Shao family's southward migration, continuously encountering attacks and fierce battles, and your lifespan grew quickly. At 18, during the escape, you encountered 2 severely injured cultivators, 1 male and 1 female, each begging you to save them and kill the other, plunging you into hesitation. You choose to save the male or the female, to kill the male or the female. Neither save nor kill. Guan made his choice without hesitation. You didn't make a move, you watched the 2 die, and after their death, you took their storage bags. Seeing this line of prompt, Guan almost cursed loudly. Why so impulsive? The following years were filled with various escapes and battles. Until At 27, an elder of the great Dayan sect from the Mahayana realm suspected you of slaughtering his descendants since you possessed their descendants' storage bag. You vehemently denied it, yet he still tried to kill you, and finally, both of you were heavily injured, and you got separated from your family. Fighting a Mahayan realm cultivator at the age of 27, Xiao Xingtian indeed had some substance. It seems his path was quite wild. Guan lamented in his heart. He could only see a general description and didn't know how many enemies Xiao Xingtian had killed during this process. At 30, you entered the Luoqing sect to focus on cultivation. At 45, the Xiao family was slaughtered. Deeply grieving upon learning this, you began to investigate who the enemy was. At 50, after 5 years of investigation, you found that the power that slaughtered the Xiao family was the Li family from the East Profound Domain. You left the Luoqing sect alone to rush to the East Profound Domain. Seeing the words East Profound Domain, Guan secretly felt that something was amiss. Why, out of nowhere, was his family destroyed again? Speaking of which, Guan in this life also had no relatives, living alone in the Ji family mansion. Could this be fate? At 60, you stormed the secret realm assessment of the East Profound Saint Mansion, swept through the geniuses of East Profound Domain, and became renowned throughout the world. At 70, you cultivated the Heavenly Gang Holy Body in the East Profound Saint Mansion. The mansion master favored you greatly, wishing to betroth his youngest daughter to you, whether you accept. Do not accept. You refused the mansion master's goodwill. He then took you as a disciple, and you received great cultivation resources from the East Profound Saint Mansion. Guan smiled when he saw this. That's more like it. The following life was filled with various cultivations. Xiao Xingtian continually enhanced his physique, cultivation technique, and divine skills. His choices were limited, focusing on only one method of each type. Years swiftly passed. At 137, you participated in the holy competitions of the 5 domains. With an overwhelmingly dominant appearance, you claimed the title of the strongest prodigy of the era, and the name of the Heavenly Gang Holy Body spread across the great heaven and earth. At 138, you encountered a cultivator from the Li family during an externship. Due to a deep-seated hatred, you erupted into conflict with the Li family, encountering a mysterious carefree primordial immortal who intervened and nearly killed you. Fortunately, a cultivator named Hanging Pot saved you when you were severely injured. At 139, before your injuries fully healed, the Li family attacked again, vowing to annihilate you. Hanging Pot consumed his true yuan, using a great divine power to shift you and his children into a space-time rift. The 3 of you fell into the Dark Continent. At 140, Hanging Pot's son couldn't withstand the invasion of dark powers, ultimately perishing, his soul turning into a dark undead and disappearing, and you took his sister to search for him. At 142, the 2 of you failed to escape the Dark Continent. Hanging Pot's daughter also turned into a dark undead. You, enraged, began slaughtering the dark undead of the Dark Continent. At 143, you encountered the Black Profound Emperor from the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm, who extinguished your soul. Reincarnation ends. What? Damn Black Profound Emperor again. How did he reach the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm this time? Gu An's eyes widened, his anger uncontainable. If the Black Profound Emperor had the ability to anticipate lifespan, he would have already sensed the intense hostility from Guan. This guy had been squatting on him for 2 lifetimes. How could he bear it? Guan immediately vanished inside the room and teleported to the ocean floor of another world. Then he activated the lifespan barrier. A surge of vast memories rushed into his mind. An hour later, Guan opened his eyes, his face showing complex emotions. Xiao Shengxian's life was more splendid than Chu Lu's, advancing triumphantly, enjoying life fiercely with gratitude and resentment, possessing the fame of the strongest talent of the contemporary era, and he also encountered many beautiful women. Regrettably, he still died. In his memories, Guan learned about the horrors of the Dark Continent, which was even larger than the entire great heavenly spirit land, impossible to fly to the outer heaven, the world dim and vast, as if never able to escape, and a mysterious power called Dark Force devouring him. If not for the sufficiently powerful Heavenly Gang Holy Body, Xiao Xingtian might not have lasted until the day he met the Black Profound Emperor. It must be said, the Tao void mysterious immortal realm Black Profound Emperor was truly terrifying. Guan not only possessed memories but could also deeply experience the feelings of the time. When the Black Profound Emperor killed him, he seemed to deliberately preserve his flesh. The thought of his body being used by the Black Profound Emperor really irked Guan. He also did not know where the Dark Continent was, whether the timing could match up, and if they met, if the opponent's cultivation was not as good as his, he must make the Black Profound Emperor truly feel despair. The second reincarnation evolution ended at only 143 years old, which was quite annoying. However, the gain was greater than last time. Although the Heavenly Gang holy body was not as good as his primordial ultimate body, he could pass it on to his disciples in the future. The real gain was Xiao Shengshan's will. Xiao Shengtian cultivated a kind of fighting will. The more severe the injury, the stronger the burst of strength, capable of sweeping all opponents of the same realm, and even had a chance to counter-kill higher realm opponents. Of course, for Guan, the main use of the fighting will was manifested in crossing the tribulation. With this will, would his evolutionary practice in crossing the tribulation be easier? Guan felt deeply and pondered whether he in the Tao void mysterious immortal realm was stronger than the Black Profound Emperor. With his whole Bodhi's ultimate skills, he really wanted to try challenging the Black Profound Emperor. He then disappeared from the seabed, returning to the attic of the Third Medicine Valley. Although merging memories caused some disturbance, it wasn't as significant as his previous breakthrough. Guan sat on a chair, suddenly feeling like trying again. He couldn't pick the Dark Continent next time. There was no need to stubbornly confront the Black Profound Emperor. Forget it. Bad luck. In the reincarnation evolution, Guan could only make significant choices. He couldn't control how his evolving self specifically acted, meaning, reincarnation evolution was unknown. Since it was unknown, it needed to be mystical. Moreover, Guan still needed to break through. He couldn't get overexcited and delay his breakthrough. Guan took out the Green Hero Travelogue and flipped through a few pages, completely shifting his thoughts. This book is truly incredible. Even if Xian Tianyi died now, with this book, in Guan's heart, he was a saint. The news of the Great Cold Demon sect being wiped out by Sword Venerable Fudao spread wildly for a long time, making Sword Venerable Fudao's fame spread even wider. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed, and time came to the end of the year. Winter snow covered the vast heaven and earth. Guan was writing a book in the attic, recording all the Daoist sorcery and ultimate skills practiced by Chu Lu and Xiao Xingtian in his lifetime into a secret book, not wishing to immediately disseminate it but just writing for fun. If it could prove useful later, he could directly bring it out. He suddenly sensed something, raised an eyebrow, then put down his pen and vanished inside the room. Far away on the ocean, Baizia lay on a large gourd, the gourd soaring among the clouds, his legs crossed, looking very stylish. He sensed an aura and immediately opened his eyes, leaping up. Then, he saw a figure swiftly approaching, his face breaking into a surprised smile. It was Meng Lang, whom he wanted to see. Guan quickly flew in front of Baizia and greeted with a fist and palm salute. Daoist friend Bai, didn't expect to meet you here. Baizia frankly stated his purpose, then greeted him back, smiling. Daoist friend Meng, long time no see, are you well? Have you been affected by the Great Cold Demon sect? He had already flown into the area endangered by the Great Cold Demon sect. Of course, this was just the peripheral region, so Guan dared to meet him. No, I wasn't here at the time, I only came back after hearing that the Great Cold Demon sect was extinguished. Guan shook his head. Doing well? Quite good, just broke through to the 9th layer of the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm. Baizia invited Guan onto the gourd, and he unceremoniously joined. The two began discussing the Great Cold Demon sect and Sword Venerable Fudao. Baizia was shocked by this matter. He didn't expect such a big event to occur within the Great Heavenly Spirit Land. Although the Great Cold Demon sect wasn't comparable to Mortal World Peak, it wouldn't be far off. To wipe out the Great Cold Demon sect with one's own power, its Daoist level was unimaginable. There were still survivors from the Great Cold Demon sect, but they were like scattered monkeys after a tree falls, many enemies kicking them while down. Baizia was very curious about Sword Venerable Fudao, asking Guan when this person had emerged. Guan then said he was in seclusion before, also unsure when Sword Venerable Fudao appeared. The two talked for a long time, and the conversation was mostly Guan asking questions and Bai Zia patiently answering. An hour later, Guan suddenly asked, Daoist friend Bai, have you ever heard of the Dark Continent? Bai Zia frowned. Surprised he asked, the Dark Continent? Never heard of it. Is it powerful? Where is it? Hearing this, Guan could only say, I'm not clear either, just heard a senior mention this name, so I was curious. Afterward, he bid farewell to Bai Zia. Bai Zia hurriedly said, Mortal World Peak will soon hold a 10,000-year summit, you must come, officially taking over as Peak Master. Guan nodded, then flew toward the direction away from the Supreme Sect. As he flew far away, Bai Zia muttered, Dark Continent, why does it feel like I've heard it somewhere? Chapter 304, Breakthrough to the Divine Thought True Immortal Realm 9 Layers. After bidding farewell to Bai Zia, Guan took a detour, only then returning to the Third Medicine Valley. He finished writing the current secret book, then went downstairs to join the disciples in shoveling snow. During the process of shoveling snow, his thoughts were constantly in outer heaven. When would those wandering cultivators of the Holy Court disperse? They couldn't stop Guan, he was just worried that the noise from his breakthrough would be too loud and attract them near the lifespan barrier. What if someone intruded? Guan didn't want to make unnecessary enemies with the Holy Court, nor did he want anyone to discover his true cultivation level. He could only wait. As winter passed and spring arrived, the years went by. The news of Sword Venerable Fudao's world-saving feat spread widely across this region of the mortal world, earning more and more praises, and his fame spread throughout the great heaven and earth. Relative to the tumultuous seas, the continent quickly calmed down since they had heard of Sword Venerable Fudao's feats not for the first time. However, a change in the dynamics occurred in the human race's world. The forces that had fled returned but could no longer maintain their former dominance, while those who stayed behind gained more support and developed rapidly. The other continent on the Nine Nether Road was even more dangerous. The sects and families of the Taizong dynasty couldn't secure a footing there, and the fleeing forces returned in disgrace within a few years. Jiang Qiong also returned to the Juhua sect, beginning to develop the sect peacefully. Gu An's days returned to being leisurely. Before he knew it, 10 years had passed. The wandering cultivators of the Holy Court outside heaven finally dispersed, and Guan was waiting for this day. He immediately set off, leaving quietly. In just one step, he reached the depths of the universe, flying towards a location he had chosen long ago. It was a gigantic meteorite, even larger than the continent where the Supreme Sect was located. Guan landed on the meteorite. Looking around, the great heavenly spirit land seemed very distant. Reckoned for a heaven and earth flying immortal, it would also be impossible to spy with the naked eye. Turning around, the universe's depths behind him were extremely dark. From here to the silent destruction domain was closer than to the great heavenly spirit land. This was also intentional on his part, to make the Holy Court think that the anomalies were caused by a heavenly demon. He sat down on the spot, activating the lifespan barrier. He then pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 220/639, 660, 342, physique, primordial ultimate body, cultivation level, divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm 9th layer. This lifespan was truly a delight to behold. He had to be more careful about this breakthrough. The last time he crossed the lifespan barrier he had consumed tens of millions of years of lifespan, a figure that could not be ignored. Guan took a deep breath, deciding to directly aim for a breakthrough in cultivation level. Tribulation every 300,000 years, still quite frightening. 1 billion, get on board. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation Dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation. You failed to endure 49 heavenly Tao mysterious void tribulations, and the tribulation failed. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 600,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation Dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation. You failed to endure 49 heavenly Tao mysterious void tribulations, and the tribulation failed. Guan remained expressionless, already used to failure. No matter, he still had 5 billion years, he didn't believe they could drain him completely. However, something terrible happened. When his tribulation failures exceeded 100 times, his expression became grave. When his tribulation failures exceeded 200 times, his expression became ugly. When 1 billion years were all used up, he was on the verge of a breakdown. What was this heavenly Tao 49 mysterious void tribulation? Was it this absurd? Once Guan successfully broke through, he must investigate the origin of this heavenly tribulation. Even within the same realm, heavenly tribulations are not fixed. Taking mortal world peak, for instance, their recorded types of heavenly tribulations exceeded 10,000. The rule summarized by the immortal cultivation world is that the more powerful you are within the same realm, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation. However, those cultivators, despite an increased difficulty in their tribulation, could rely on formations, dharma treasures, and sect teachings for support. Guan could only rely on himself, owning no dharma treasures. After a full aspect promotion, he himself was terrifyingly strong. How could such a him fail more than 300 times? Guan gritted his teeth, choosing to commit 30 million years of lifespan. From 1 billion to 30 million, it wasn't that he was frightened, he just felt he was close to succeeding and didn't want to waste lifespan. However, all failed again. Guan's eyes began to redden, he couldn't believe it. Another 30 million years. Dare to consume 500 million years. When Guan's thoughts settled, he still failed. Another 30 million years. Failed. 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 Just as Guan was preparing to continue investing, the prompt finally changed its length. He succeeded. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 2,330,000,000 years. With the great accomplishment of the infinitive creation dharma, you forcefully struck at the divine thought true immortal realm, began facing the tribulation, and you endured the 49 heavenly Tao mysterious void tribulations. Tribulation succeeded, and your cultivation level broke through to the first layer of divine thought true immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 260 million years. Your cultivation level rose to the second layer of divine thought true immortal realm. You practiced chi absorption cultivation for 300 million years. Your cultivation level was enhanced for million years to not break through a minor realm. Is divine thought true immortal that exaggerated? Feeling spiritual energy flowing into his body, Guan hurriedly continued to invest lifespan. Third layer. Fourth layer. He must reach the 9th layer to feel at ease. Eventually, he spent another 54 million years of lifespan and finally reached the 9th layer of divine thought true immortal realm. The mighty spiritual energy surged into his body, its scale far surpassing that when breaking through the Tao void mysterious immortal realm. Not only that, he found himself also absorbing the universal laws pervading the cosmos. He immediately closed his eyes to meticulously experience it. As he closed his eyes, the universal laws became clear, those laws falling and then vanishing into thin air, finally appearing imperceptibly inside the lifespan barrier. Soon, Guan noticed a divine sense sweeping over from the silent destruction domain. It was the carefree primordial immortal. As time passed, the noise from the breakthrough grew louder, attracting more and more divine senses, with the lowest being at the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. After 30 minutes, Guan sensed the divine sense of a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Fortunately, those guys didn't dare show themselves yet, only daring to hide and use divine sense to spy. About half an ancient hour passed. Guan suddenly sensed something, subconsciously opened his eyes, and then his eyes widened. He saw a pair of eyes appearing in the cosmic darkness, ordinary human race eyes, just like a mortal's, except the gaze was very detached. These eyes were large, with the stars and continents of the universe completely tiny like dust before them. Guan felt as though he was being watched by the other, which made him feel uneasy. Could the lifespan barrier have been seen through? After a while, the pupils of those eyes finally shifted away. Guan breathed a sigh of relief, daring to play such a dirty trick. Thinking I would be scared to jump out and beg for mercy? Unbearable. Just then, he finally succeeded in his breakthrough, and a stream of memories began flowing into his mind, all about divine thought true immortal. Divine thought true immortal, divine sense transformed into divine thought, with immensely powerful thoughts that could kill enemies or cast spells through thought alone. True immortal, then, is a true immortal. His flesh and spirit underwent another transformation, and once completed, he would be an immortal conforming to the heavenly creation, not one just enhanced through cultivation. Guan's consciousness immersed in the legacy memories, he saw many images. He could peer into the past lives of any beings that had a karmic connection with him, a very peculiar feeling. However, he couldn't see Ji Xiaoyu's past life. He could only start from where Ji Xiaoyu was born in this life. The most surprising thing for him was that he could even peek into the lives of beings with karmic ties established with Chu Lu and Xiao Xingtian. If so, doesn't this prove that reincarnation evolution could really turn into reality? This led Guan into endless conjecture. He was immersed in the karmic images, unable to extricate himself, not feeling the slightest discomfort but rather a kind of indescribable ease. Peering into karma, his mind was filled with countless images, yet it felt as exhilarating as chi absorption cultivation, making him even more invigorated. By the time Guan successfully broke through to the divine thought true immortal realm, he was still in those images. Cultivation continued to break through. From the first layer to the second layer. From the second layer to the third layer. Gradually, powerful beings began passing by this area, sweeping over the meteorite where he was located. Chapter 305, Absolute Order. After Guan reached the ninth layer of the divine thought true immortal realm, the spiritual energy and rules within the universe that had been violently disturbed returned to tranquility. Looking around, powerful figures were darting in all directions, while the pair of eyes that had been spying on the universe had already disappeared. Guan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze indifferent. Having seen so many lives, his Taoist heart had been elevated, and in the unknown reaches, he had even touched upon a Tao that belonged to himself. The Tao is long and profound, necessitating accumulation over lengthy eons. Currently, Guan possessed only cultivation level. Wishing to strengthen his Tao, he needed to traverse real time in reality. Of course, this did not mean Guan was weaker compared to others at the same realm. The Tao was merely the direction for his future cultivation. 9 heavens of immortal path, divine thought true immortal was already the 8th heaven. Chi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divinity transformation, void crossing, unification, mystic heart, Mahayana, Nirvana, loose immortal, wandering immortal, heaven and earth flying immortal, carefree primordial immortal, divine immortal of wondrous dharma, Tao void mysterious immortal, divine thought true immortal. Unknowingly, Guan had transcended so many major realms. He was only 220 years old now, his future achievements were limitless. What realm lies above the 9 heavens? Guan fell into endless reverie, uncaring about the figures moving in various directions. Let alone other divine thought true immortals, currently no Tao void mysterious immortal had appeared, likely hidden in the shadows. Considering the mysterious giant eye he had encountered before, he now recalled and still could not see through the opponent's cultivation level. Guan looked at the consumption of the lifespan barrier and frowned. This breakthrough alone had consumed over 50 million years of lifespan. Now he had only 340 million years left. This breakthrough exhausting nearly 300 million years made it hard to imagine how many years the next breakthrough would require. Nevertheless, the cultivation of the 9th layer of divine thought true immortal realm was enough for him to protect himself. Guan stood up, thinking of the scene inside the 3rd Medicine Valley Pavilion. Just as the thought arose, he returned indoors. This was the prowess of a divine thought true immortal. Thinking of a place, moving at will, he had already achieved the ability to be omnipresent to an initial extent. The whole heaven and earth appeared different to Guan, he saw more rules, and the universe became clearer. He once again spied on the great heavenly spirit land, his divine sense far surpassing his previous divine perception, allowing him to penetrate the formations and restrictions of those great powers without being noticed. This great heaven and earth indeed harbored divine immortals of wondrous dharma, though few in number, all were in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. Guan's gaze turned to the immortal spirit dynasty, which was located on a continent much larger than the one beneath his feet, with newborns starting at the nirvana realm. There, too, were divine immortals of wondrous dharma, even Tao void mysterious immortals, as well as places too profound to probe. In his eyes, the standard for being unprovable was silence. His divine thought could forcefully intrude, but it would surely disturb the beings inside. This immortal spirit dynasty is strong. If it weren't for the holy court, it would not be difficult for this dynasty to unify the great heavenly spirit land. However, they seemed not to desire hegemony but were isolated from the world. Guan saw no immortals coming in and out. He then turned his divine thoughts towards the holy court at the other end of heaven and earth. The baseline of the holy court was not as high as that of the immortal spirit dynasty, but the number of beings in the holy court was extremely large, incomparable to the immortal spirit dynasty, and the number of beings at the same realm was also greater than that of the immortal spirit dynasty. If the immortal spirit dynasty was taking an elite route, the holy court was developing in all aspects, and it held absolute control over the great heavenly spirit land. There were also places in the holy court that Guan would not offend lightly, but after roughly spying around, Guan felt that the holy court was still stronger than the immortal spirit dynasty. During his observation, Guan saw the carefree primordial immortals moving in and out of the great heavenly spirit land in ways that beings could not perceive. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, after reaching the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, he had not acted recklessly. Otherwise, when the carefree primordial immortal arrived in front of him, he would not even have been aware. After reaching the divine thought true immortal realm, Guan was better able to sense the foundation of the great heavenly spirit land, and of course, he also had his own confidence, not so fearful of the holy court. Guan vaguely saw the chi fortune of the holy court forming an invisible passage, leading deep into the universe, entering the annihilation zone. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the annihilation zone. The universe was vast and boundless, and the annihilation zone was not just in one direction but surrounded the cosmic region where the great heavenly spirit land was located, although the great heavenly spirit land was closer to one side. Thus, the beings of the great heavenly spirit land who flew out mistook that the silent destruction domain was only in one direction. Even for a heaven and earth flying immortal, flying to the annihilation zone from another direction would take many years, enough to see how vast the universe is. Guan retracted his divine thoughts, filled with emotion. This world was different from what he had anticipated. Due to the influence of past life culture, he felt that if there was the immortal path, there would be order, with immortals governing all things under heaven and reincarnation constraining yin-yang. Yet, in reality, there was none. There were realms of immortal path but no immortals governing the heavenly Tao. There were reincarnation and yin-yang, yet no order like that of the underworld. Now, having observed the universe, Guan had only one feeling. It was chaos. There was no absolute order. Guan thought that there might be an even vaster world on the other end of the universe, with the silent destruction domain impeding the steps of the beings of the great heavenly spirit land, especially since he had learned through reincarnation evolution about the existence of other great lands. Speaking of the dark great land alone, he felt that the dark great land was stronger and larger than the great heavenly spirit land. This was normal. Zia had mentioned that the current great heavenly spirit land was just a fragment. How vast the true great heavenly spirit land was hard to imagine. Guan couldn't help but think of his juniors, his disciples. His pride faded along. Though a divine thought true immortal was indeed powerful, he had not yet reached a stage where he could command reincarnation. At least he could not make those around him immortal. He was planning to visit Yilan after some time to see if he could help extend her ultimate lifespan. Guan raised his hand, tapping the desktop with a finger. This action was transmitting mana. He was enhancing the mana within the heaven-cutting axe while also strengthening the words, righteous path, on the heavenly repair platform. Since the prestige of Sword Venerable Fudao had already been established, he would just have to maintain it. At the end of summer, the weather was gradually cooling. In the woods, Guan was guiding young Jian in his cultivation. Yang Jian wielded a trident and blade, his attacks swift and powerful, yet unable to harm Guan, who with just 2 fingers could block all his attacks. This trident and blade were forged by order of Li Xiandao and had already been given to Yang Jian, but typically, inside Medicine Valley, Yang Jian would not bring out this divine weapon. The making of this divine weapon was similar to that of the heaven-cutting axe, weighing 1,000,000 jin, and it contained special restrictions inside that enhanced its strike force. Yang Jian grew more and more astonished in battle. He had gone all out, not to threaten his master, but under his master's suppression, even the force he swung could not damage the woods. At first glance, he seemed like a martial artist who was just faster and more forceful in his movements. Blood Prison Great Saint lay on the side watching. He was not surprised, feeling that it should be so. What he cared about was Yang Jian's state. This young man's aura was getting stronger, and he could not imagine what posture Yang Jian would have once he reached the Mahayana realm. Yang Jian leaped up, slashing down furiously. Guan raised his right hand, pinning the blade between his fingers, preventing it from pressing downward, which made Yang Jian tremble. "All right, let's stop for today." Guan spoke, his tone calm, thereafter setting Yang Jian down. Yang Jian sheathed his blade and hurriedly bowed, his heart uneasy, unsure if he had satisfied his master. His actual cultivation had reached the 7th layer of divinity transformation realm. Other than his own efforts, he received many elixirs from Guan. As for cultivation speed, it quite satisfied Guan. "Let's go back, a major figure is visiting today." Guan revealed a smile, softly speaking. Yang Jian couldn't help but be curious. What major figure? They walked towards the outside of the woods. Along the way, Blood Prison Great Saint started to evaluate Yang Jian's battle, imparting practical fighting experience, and Yang Jian, knowing his true cultivation, listened very attentively. An ancient hour later, Guan was playing chess with Stealing the 5 Elements, watched by 9-Finger Divine Lord, Shen Xinzi, and a crowd of cultivators. Stealing the 5 Elements was frowning deeply, hesitating to make a move. Just then, a sonorous voice echoed through Supreme Sect, reverberating across the continent. "Holy Minister decrees, Sword Venerable Fudeo's merit in saving beings is notable, and he may enter the Holy Court to receive the Chi Fortune Fruit position." Upon these words, everyone in Medicine Valley looked up, and Guan also pretended to look. After a brief silence, uproars broke out in Medicine Valley. The Holy Court? A reward for Sword Venerable Fudao? What's the matter? What power is this Holy Court? What is Chi Fortune Fruit position? It sounds quite powerful. Who is this holy minister, daring to recruit Sword Venerable Fudao? Too arrogant. Most disciples felt dissatisfied with the Holy Court after hearing this, feeling that the Holy Court did not respect Sword Venerable Fudao. At least from these words, it seemed the Holy Court considered itself stronger than Sword Venerable Fudao. Guan could not help but shake his head in amusement. Recruit me? But this plot point somewhat resembles Journey to the West. Luckily, it's not recruiting me to be Horse's Fortune. A disciple couldn't help but inquire about the background of the Holy Court from 9-Finger Divine Lord, who did not conceal anything and began to introduce the Holy Court. Hearing that the Holy Court was the overlord of the entire world, the disciples' dissatisfaction quickly dissipated. Immediately after, they started to worry about Sword Venerable Fudao leaving. Without Sword Venerable Fudao, what would they do in case of another crisis in the future? Meanwhile, Guan sensed that the heaven and earth flying immortal who had transmitted the message had already stepped onto the heavenly repair platform. He immediately stood up to go watch the excitement. Inside the outer gate city, the crowd was buzzing. People on the heavenly repair platform were discussing the Holy Court, many also believing that the Holy Court was undervaluing Sword Venerable Fudao. A man in white walked among the crowd, his pace not quick, his long sleeves fluttering, his appearance handsome, holding a folding fan in his hand. He wore a smile on his face, his heart scornful. A group of mortals dares to question the Holy Court? The man in white was not angry, he would not bother with mortals over this, and since this was Sword Venerable Fudeo's territory, it would not be good to offend Sword Venerable Fudao. A great power capable of eradicating the great cold demon sect was not someone he could provoke. After delivering the holy minister's message, he did not care whether Sword Venerable Fudao agreed or not. He now wanted to try out that heaven-cutting axe. Before coming to Supreme Sect, he had heard about the legend of the heaven-cutting axe while traveling in the Taizong dynasty. Chapter 306, I am Sword Venerable Fudao. The man in white walked for a while, slowly arriving in front of the heaven-cutting axe. Zui Yijian saw his extraordinary bearing and couldn't help but scrutinize him with curiosity. The man in white asked with a smile, I am Lu Xianyi, may I try my hand at the heaven-cutting axe? The creatures of this continent are too weak. Naturally, it would be impossible for them to receive the inheritance of Sword Venerable Fudao. If he could achieve that, it would also be a fortuitous opportunity for him. Leaving aside his identity, for him as a heaven and earth flying immortal, Great Cold Demon Sect is certainly an immovable behemoth that he could easily sweep away. The man in white speculated that Sword Venerable Fudao might possess abilities comparable to a holy king. Go ahead, but you can only pull once per day, said Zui Yijian, neither haughty nor humble. Over the years, he had seen too many great cultivators, and the pride in his heart had also been growing. In his eyes, the honor of Sword Venerable Fudao was even higher than the prosperity of the Supreme Sect. The man in white nodded and turned his gaze to the heaven-cutting axe. At the same time, Guan stood among the crowd, watching the man in white from afar and sending out a lifespan detection. Lu Xianyi, 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realms 67980/50000/890000, an extreme lifespan of 890,000 years. It was unknown what realm he could reach in his lifetime. Guan suspected that a certain realm might once again bring a transformation of extreme lifespan, but since his breakthroughs did not increase his lifespan, he was not clear about which realm would bring about such a transformation. Furthermore, in his view, the previous great realms all had the feeling of being reborn from the ashes. Under Gu An's watchful gaze, Lu Xianyi grasped the handle of the heaven-cutting axe and his expression changed slightly. The gaze of more and more onlookers fell upon them. Anyone looking at Lu Xianyi would think that he came from an extraordinary background. Lu Xianyi began to exert force, and for a moment, the heavenly repair platform trembled slightly, but the heaven-cutting axe did not budge an inch. Zui Yijian's look changed when he saw Lu Xianyi shake the heavenly repair platform. It indicated that Lu Xianyi's cultivation level was extremely profound. It was too normal to not be able to lift the heaven-cutting axe. After all, Sword Venerable Fudao was unmatched in the world. At least, in Zui Yijian's heart, Sword Venerable Fudao was invincible. Wait a minute. This guy's voice is very similar to the one who shouted just now. It's not just similar, it's the exact same voice, just quieter, and the oppressive feeling is also restrained. Having realized this, Zui Yijian's gaze towards Lu Xianyi was filled with hostility. How dare this scoundrel try to poach the Sword Venerable? Outrageous. The commotion caused by Lu Xianyi attracted the attention of everyone on the heavenly repair platform, but he didn't pull for too long. After a few breaths, he released his hand. He let out a long sigh, stepped back, and said with a smile, Sword Venerable Fudao is indeed as reputed, I am impressed. After that, he raised his hand in salute to the heaven-cutting axe, then turned and left. The cultivators along the way made way for him, afraid of offending him. Just from the commotion earlier, they felt they were not in a position to provoke him. Guan stood among the crowd and also gazed at Lu Xianyi. Soon, Lu Xianyi disappeared from the platform, prompting discussion among the cultivators there. Guan then headed down the platform. Since he was here, he might as well take a stroll, otherwise, stealing the 5 elements and 9-fingered divine lord would suspect why he specifically came to watch Lu Xianyi. Of course, the most important reason was that Guan did not want to play go with stealing the 5 elements. These guys were playing slower and slower games. Guan certainly understood their malicious intentions. Indeed, at this moment, stealing the 5 elements was still claiming the last game was a draw. Although the others didn't believe it, stealing the 5 elements was dead set on it, and no one else wanted to pursue the matter further, as the cultivation levels were quite deterring. Guan paid a visit to the Elixir Hall, where almost everyone recognized him, except for the disciples who had just started this year. His income from Medicine Valley was one of the highest in the entire Supreme Sect, not to mention he was also a core formation realm cultivator. Even having reached the divine thought true immortal realm, Guan still liked to chat with others. As for the invitation from the Holy Court, he didn't want to pay it any mind. Going to the Holy Court was likely to cause trouble, and he certainly didn't want any of that. What if, in the process, he ended up making enemies with the Holy Court? Although Guan had wiped out the Ephemera sect, the Seven Stars spirit realm, and the Great Cold Demon sect, he was inherently kind-hearted and peace-loving. Well, if it's possible to avoid making enemies, then it's better not to. Not until dusk did Guan return to his valley, and by then, stealing the 5 elements had long since disappeared. In the days that followed, Guan noticed that Lu Xianyi had no intention of leaving the Supreme Sect. Guan couldn't help praying, hoping the man wouldn't enter his Medicine Valley. The third Medicine Valley had already hidden too many monsters and devils, it couldn't house any more. Summer passed, and autumn arrived. In the third Medicine Valley, under an old tree, Guan held the 7 Stars mirror, using it like a fan, relaxing blissfully. Sitting opposite him, Lu Xianyi's complexion was ugly, his hand holding the ghost stones, unable to make a move for a long time. Stealing the 5 elements and 9-fingered Divine Lord sat aside, both revealing sincere smiles. A being in the 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm and still less than 70,000 years old was definitely a top-notch genius of the current era. Even stealing the 5 elements, who was also in the 9 layers of heaven and earth flying immortal realm, felt a dangerous aura from Lu Xianyi. After learning to play Go, Lu Xianyi was able to beat stealing the 5 elements on the same day. After losing the position of the second best Go player in the world, stealing the 5 elements had always been displeased with Lu Xianyi. Today, he finally got to see Lu Xianyi get put in his place. Suddenly, Lu Xianyi raised his eyes to look at Guan and asked in a deep voice, "Impossible. Who exactly are you?" While Go is indeed exquisite, he felt that the reason the other party could win was because they anticipated his next move. This suggests what? That the opponent's deductive abilities were stronger than his own. His talent and comprehension might not be considered top-notch in the Holy Court, but he still believed he was a genius. He refused to believe that Guan's comprehension exceeded his own. There's only one possibility. This person is hiding their true cultivation level. After hearing this, Guan said with a proud smile, "I'll tell you, I am Sword Venerable Fudao, do you believe that? Kid, you can't even recognize the immortal path supreme treasures in my hand and on my head, yet you aim to see through my cultivation level?" On hearing Guan's words, Lu Xianyi suddenly stood up, and quickly bowed with clasped hands towards Guan. Stealing the 5 elements, 9-fingered Divine Lord, and those around them, were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Lu Xianyi looked up, confused. What was so funny about that? Weren't these people afraid of offending Sword Venerable Fudao? 9-fingered Divine Lord could not help but laugh and say, "Young brother, you can inquire around if you wish. This lad is only in his 200s, how could he possibly be Sword Venerable Fudao?" Sword Venerable Fudao became famous over 100 years ago. On hearing this, Lu Xianyi looked at Guan in disbelief. Now he naturally didn't believe that Guan was Sword Venerable Fudao. What can be accomplished in 200 years? With talent like his, he could at most cultivate to the mystic heart realm. What is a realm before nirvana worth? No different from ants. Even if they said Sword Venerable Fudao was 200 years old, he wouldn't believe it. Sword Venerable Fudao must definitely be an existence that transcends the carefree primordial immortal. "You," Lu Xianyi stared at Guan, quite angry. Guan stood up and said, "Someone is looking for me, you guys continue playing." Having said that, he slipped away. Lu Xianyi watched his retreating figure, unable to let go for a long time. Luckily, this guy didn't harbor enmity toward Guan, otherwise, he would have been extinguished this evening. Stealing the 5 elements immediately took the seat that Guan had vacated and said, "Let's continue, I think I have figured out your game." Lu Xianyi took a deep breath and could only sit down. He knew that Guan, being the Valley Master, couldn't escape, and he refused to believe that he couldn't beat a mere mortal in a game. Guan was not using an excuse, someone was indeed looking for him. He waited at the base of his own attic. After a while, a figure flew into the valley. It was Xiantianyi. "Big brother, long time no see," Guan exclaimed with joy. Xiantianyi was as spirited as ever. He patted Guan on the shoulder and observed him closely, praising, "You learned to dress up, you have a bit of my aura. But your cultivation hasn't increased, you're disgracing me." Lu Xianyi, who was playing Go downstairs, heard this and immediately dismissed his doubts. Someone who could greet a junior cultivator of the Mahayana realm as a brother, could that be some profound master? It seems this lad's invention of Go really is based on unique insights. Guan took Xiantianyi upstairs to catch up. Once inside, Xiantianyi began to recount his experiences over the years. He too had dealt with divine exotic resentful ghosts and had a wealth of experiences. Guan listened intently, sometimes shocked, which pleased Xiantianyi. He liked chatting with this younger brother, so invigorating. Xiantianyi mentioned Li Ya and Enhao, especially Enhao, whose tone was filled with envy. He truly understood what an unmatched genius was. Compared to Enhao, his own talent seemed mediocre. And he had also learned that Enhao's master was Sword Venerable Fudao. What? His master is, no wonder, no wonder. Guan marveled. The attic was protected by Xiantianyi's restrictions, so they didn't worry about the disciples overhearing. As for the likes of stealing the 5 elements, even if they did hear, what of it? If they dared to plot against Enhao, Guan wouldn't consider their friendship over Go. After Great Cold Demon sect withdrew, the sea became chaotic since quite a number of forces had escaped previously, freeing up a lot of maritime and land resources, and the Star Sea congregations are also vying with others over them, Xiantianyi reflected. Although many years had passed, bringing up that event still excited him. Sword Venerable Fudao truly gave the Supreme Sect glory. While Xiantianyi's heart lay with the Supreme Sect, he belonged to the Star Sea congregations. The two thus chatted passionately. Meanwhile, after beating stealing the 5 elements, Lu Xianyi stood up and left, ignoring stealing the 5 elements requests for another match. He wandered around the valley, and his attention was captured by Shinshinzi. The Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Lu Xianyi seemed to have an idea, but he quickly shifted his gaze, with no intention of approaching Shinshinzi. He observed everyone in the valley. This medicine valley was too peculiar. The inhabitants were either terrifyingly weak or concealed immortals, with an enormous disparity. Suddenly, his gaze was again drawn to one person, and this time, his eyes latched on. Following his line of sight, it was Yang Jian who was weeding. Due to the vast gulf in their cultivation, Yang Jian, who had his back to Lu Xianyi, did not detect anything unusual. Until a voice came from behind him. "What is your name?" Yang Jian subconsciously stood up and turned around. He had seen Lu Xianyi from a distance before and knew that the other party had an important status and was not a simple cultivator. "My name is Yang Jian. May I know what matter brings you here, senior?" Yang Jian bowed with clasped hands, striking a balance between respect and not coming across as obsequious. Yang Jian? Lu Xianyi mused, recalling having heard this name before. It was mentioned by 2 Supreme Sect disciples in conversation, with one claiming that true Lord Erlang, Yang Jian, was more formidable than the great sage equaling heaven. The two even quarreled about it in the end. Chapter 307, Millennium Summit. Yang Jian knew from Lu Xianyas' expression that he had heard of Journey to the West, but hadn't read it, plus his demeanor suggested he most likely came from overseas. He immediately took out a book from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xianyi. "This is my favorite book, the most extraordinary book ever, a gift for you, my elder." Upon hearing this, Lu Xianyi quickly reached out to accept it, even bowing gratefully, which made Yang Jian feel vigilant. What's going on? Did this fellow realize he was concealing his cultivation level? Seeing the change in Yang Jian's eyes, Lu Xianyi spoke. "Thanks, I'll go read this book now since I have nothing else to do." With that, he turned and left. Yang Jian watched him walk away, thought for a moment, and continued weeding. It wasn't until the evening that Xian Tianyi finally left. Guan looked at the book on the table, his face full of anticipation. The latest Green Hero travelogue. Xian Tianyi truly was a saint in his eyes. Despite the chaos in recent years, that youngster still managed to write a book. You should know the Green Hero travelogue is adapted from real experiences and focuses on romantic plots, implying that these years Xian Tianyi had incurred more romantic debts. Guan took a deep breath and then picked up the Green Hero travelogue with both hands. The moon outside the window was full, and the valley was filled with the continuous sound of insects, making the atmosphere more enjoyable for reading. It wasn't just him reading in the valley, Lu Xianyi was also in his guest room reading. Lu Xianyi held Journey to the West in one hand, his brow furrowed, and his other hand was calculating something. 7 days later. Guan rode the blood prison Great Saint to Tianya Valley to pick medicinal herbs. Only Luo Han, Lv Xian, and 3 monkey demons were there. Yi Luyun, Ji Ruolai, and Li Lingtian hadn't returned. Above the clouds, Lu Xianyi looked down at Tianya Valley, his brow tightly knit. Listening to the exchange between Guan and Luo Han, he finally let down his guard. This youngster providing the supreme sect with grass and serving the dynasty as a laborer, with hardly a grand background, was exactly why he was so humble. Lu Xianyi turned and left, planning to visit the supreme sect. He had heard that investiture of the gods could be linked with Journey to the West, and he wanted to see what investiture of the gods was about. As Guan continued reading, the corner of his mouth curled upward. Beside him, Luo Han continued asking, "What have you considered?" "Let's not, I really don't want to leave the supreme sect. Thank the emperor and the crown prince for their kindness on my behalf, but I won't be going to the imperial city," Guan replied. Luo Han smiled and said, "The crown prince always talks about defeating Yang Jian. He's been cultivating hard these years. He even received pointers from a great cultivator from the ocean. You better prepare Yang Jian." Guan nodded, "Sure, old Luo, you've aged." "Aged? Why would you say that? You've become more and more long-winded. You used to talk less when you borrowed the Green Hero travelogue. You dare mention that, without a new volume of Green Hero travelogue, the supreme secret records you asked me to find still haven't appeared. Read more of the Journey to the West and cultivate your mind." Guan kept reading while bantering with Luo Han. Days continued to pass. Autumn left, and winter arrived. Snow began to fly. One day, while reading in the 8 scenic caves, Guan suddenly sensed something and immediately took out a green jade, the mortal jade of the Mortal World Peak, a symbol of a peak master and also a magic artifact. He sent his divine thought into it and soon learned that the Millennium Peak meeting was about to start. He thought for a moment, stood up, and disappeared from the spot. The mortal jade had a directional guide inside, but Guan didn't need it. He had already found the location of Mortal World Peak. Mortal World Peak was very distant from the Supreme Sect, situated over an ocean covered in thick fog. There were no islands or continents, only towering peaks rising straight from the ocean floor into the clouds. Guan appeared at the edge of Mortal World Peak and then proceeded forward through the clouds. It wasn't long before he saw the figures of cultivators, more and more of them all heading in the same direction. Guan didn't speed up, flying at a leisurely pace, enjoying the scenery along the way. He was considering, now as a peak master, whether to plant medicinal herbs on his own peak. Arriving at Mortal World Peak, he couldn't rely entirely on picking his own herbs, as that would be too suspicious. After all, here, he was a heaven and earth flying immortal. "Taoist friend, please wait." A voice came from behind, and Guan stopped and turned to look. He saw 2 cultivators approaching on swords, a man and a woman, both at the Nirvana realm. Guan performed a lifespan detection. The man was named Su Ruohai and the woman Su Shi. Their ultimate lifespans were not outstanding, but also not mediocre. The 2 approached Guan, and Su Ruohai took the initiative to raise his hand in greeting. "I am Su Ruohai, this is my sister, Su Shi. May I ask for your honored name, Taoist friend?" Guan returned the greeting. "I am Meng Lang. May I know what brings the 2 of you here?" Su Ruohai smiled. "Taoist friend, are you also here to pay respects at Mortal World Peak? We are siblings too, why don't we keep each other company?" Although he couldn't see through Guan's cultivation level, Guan didn't appear dangerous to him, and he observed Guan flying leisurely, looking around as if it were his first visit. Su Shi, examining Guan, quickly averted her gaze when Guan looked at her, her earlobes turning slightly red. Interesting, embarrassed after living over 8,000 years? Guan thought to himself and then nodded. Su Ruahai became even more enthusiastic, and the three chatted as they flew. Guan asked them about their understanding of Mortal World Peak, reassuring Su Ruahai that it was indeed Guan's first visit. Su Shi didn't talk much, mostly Su Ruahai spoke, with her occasionally interjecting. Through them, Guan gained a clearer understanding of Mortal World Peak. At the same time, he thought about the siblings he had met towards the end of Xiao Shengshen's life, recalling their adventures, which made him feel somewhat regretful and endearing Su Ruahai and Su Shi to him. An hour later, the three passed through dense fog, and their eyes were drawn to a gigantic peak ahead, an incredibly majestic peak even larger than any they had encountered along the way. Its diameter at the base was at least 1,000 miles, shooting straight into the sky, its top invisible. The surface of this mountain was densely wooded, full of vitality, and cultivators from all directions were flying toward this mountain. Upon arriving here, the surroundings became noisy, with roars of demon pets and mounts in the distance. Su Ruahai looked up, feeling moved, truly worthy of Mortal World Peak, one of the oldest schools in the world. I've wanted to join Mortal World Peak since I was young, I wonder if it'll pass smoothly. Guan laughed, with your cultivation level, you should be fine, no need to worry. Su Ruahai laughed bitterly, Brother Meng, you don't understand, the requirements of Mortal World Peak for aptitude. Ha ha ha, Daoist friend Meng, you finally arrived. A hearty laugh interrupted Su Ruahai. Guan knew without looking up that it was Bai Zia who had come. He had intentionally leaked a hint of heaven and earth flying immortal aura earlier. Su Ruahai and Su Shi might not have noticed, but Bai Zia, who had been waiting for him, picked it up quickly. Bai Zia descended from the sky, grabbing Guan's hand, eager to move on. If you hadn't come, your position as Peak Master would have been taken. Bai Zia huffed. Guan quickly said, I'd like to bring them along. Bai Zia glanced at Su Ruahai and Su Shi, nodding slightly. Su Ruahai and Su Shi were stunned. Peak Master's position? Had they heard right? Chapter 308. Unable to contact Guan saw that Su Ruahai and his sibling were still in a daze, so he immediately rolled up his sleeves, took them into his palm, and followed Bai Zia to fly upwards. That scene caused Bai Zia to raise an eyebrow and laugh. Daoist friend Meng, you have impressive divine skills. In the eyes of Su Ruahai and his sibling, it was not that they had become smaller, but Guan and Su Ruahai had become gigantic, a visual impact so shocking that it left the siblings speechless and wide-eyed. Listening to Guan and Bai Zia chatting and laughing, Su Shi came back to her senses and looked at Su Ruahai, asking carefully, Brother, just now the senior mentioned Meng Dao. Is he a Peak Master? She naturally knew what being a Peak Master meant. In Mortal World Peak, a Peak Master wielded immense power and symbolized the status of a strong individual, someone of legendary status. Turbulent waves rose in Su Ruahai's heart as he tried to maintain his composure, slightly nodding his head without making a sound. He carefully recalled the previous interactions and realized he hadn't offended the other party, who had even comforted him about successfully entering Mortal World Peak. A light shone in Su Ruahai's eyes, his heart beginning to race with excitement, his hands clenched into fists inside his sleeves. At the same time, Bai Zia began to explain the situation of the Millennium Summit. Although it was called the Millennium Summit, it was not actually fixed at an interval of 10,000 years. It had been 20,000 years since the last summit, and Bai Zia, having returned rarely, discussed holding it with the other Peak Masters. The opening of the Millennium Summit would not only recruit new disciples but also invite other friendly forces. Before the opening of the Millennium Summit, Bai Zia would take Guan to choose an unclaimed divine peak. Mortal World Peak had many peaks, divided by rank from low to high: Sea Peak, Immortal Peak, Divine Peak, and Main Peak, the latter being the highest level with only one. There were 25 divine peaks, and the hard standard for a master of a divine peak was the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Guan was curious, how could there be a shortage of divine peak masters? Baizia replied that many heaven and earth flying immortals wanted to adventure beyond the outer heaven, so they would make room if they wanted to leave. After hearing this, Guan didn't react too strongly, making Baizia sigh in relief. It looked like he had successfully bluffed Guan. He had made outer heaven seem so dangerous because he wanted Guan to stay in the great heavenly spirit land. Besides, someone like Guan, who had no powerful backing and could cultivate to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm in solitude, was undoubtedly an unimaginable talent. Even without going to outer heaven, he could still advance. The two kept flying upwards until the azure sky vanished, replaced by the dazzling starry sky. Su Ruahai and Su Shi, standing in the palm of Gu An's hand, looked up, immersed in the vastness of the universe. Guan followed Baizia into a grand hall, placing Su Ruahai and Su Shi on the ground, asking them to follow behind him. The grand hall was spacious, with giant, majestic statues lined up on both sides, and the ceiling was engraved with various grand scenes. Su Ruahai and Su Shi proceeded cautiously, not daring to make a sound, staying close behind Guan. Moving forward, Guan saw 25 bluish-purple crystal columns, with the power of rules surging within, containing countless restrictions. It seemed that Mortal World Peak might be hiding a divine immortal of wondrous dharma. Even a carefree primordial immortal would find it difficult to construct such crystal columns. Baizia stopped walking and pointed to two adjacent crystal columns. These two divine peaks are open for choice, known as Qingtian Peak and Dingtian Peak. He began to introduce Qingtian Peak and Dingtian Peak. Qingtian Peak had over 1 million disciples, and its height was moderate since it had a long history, so the disciples' cultivation levels were generally strong. The height of Dingtian Peak was second among the divine peaks. Because it had experienced internal strife, there was a gap in the disciples' cultivation, with most of them below the level of loose immortals, and resources were also scarce, with many areas left idle. Currently, the number of disciples on Dingtian Peak was just over 200,000. Guan immediately spoke up, "Then Dingtian Peak it shall be. I will see to its improvement and contribute to Mortal World Peak." Upon hearing this, Baizia looked at Guan with newfound respect. Afterward, Baizia asked Guan to bring out the mortal jade and place it on the crystal column. Having done all this, they proceeded to other palaces for a tedious process to unlock Gu An's rights on Dingtian Peak. Su Ruahai and Su Shi also registered in the process, becoming disciples of Dingtian Peak. An hour later, Baizia took Guan and the siblings to Dingtian Peak, then left. He didn't support Gu An's position, jokingly, "Did a heaven and earth flying immortal even need someone to stand up for them? Who would dare to stir up trouble? That would be courting death." In Mortal World Peak, disciples were not allowed to defile the Peak Master. Su Ruahai and Su Shi looked with excitement at the majestic Dingtian Peak. Guan looked at them and asked with a smile, "From now on, how should you address me?" Su Ruahai quickly bowed and offered his respects. "This disciple, Su Ruahai, greets Master." Su Shi recovered her senses and followed suit, greeting him as Master. Guan smiled, then revealed the aura of the heaven and earth flying immortal, enveloping Dingtian Peak. Only at this moment did Su Ruahai and his sibling truly feel the strength of Guan. The three flew to the summit. Shortly after, 9 wandering immortals came to greet them. Guan, without a second word, displayed his mortal jade. The 9 wandering immortals showed delight and paid their respects, referring to Guan as Master respectfully. Guan threw a lifespan detection at them. Their lifespans were healthy, able to work for him for many years. The eldest disciple of Dingtian Peak was named Zhu Xinglan, possessing the 9th layer of the wandering immortal realm cultivation, seemingly only a step away from the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, but it was an insurmountable gap for most wandering immortals. Guan dismissed the other disciples and had Zhu Xinglan accompany him alone, while he already had someone arrange the Su siblings. Zhu Xinglan was refined in appearance, looking to be in his 40s, dressed in a green robe, with a black and white beard, his demeanor calm and imposing as he stroked his beard. Guan asked him to give him a tour around Dingtian Peak. Before long, 2 hours had passed. After settling into his new residence, Guan prepared to leave. Before departing, he gave Zhu Xinglan a large amount of crystal stones to buy medicinal herbs to cultivate on Dingtian Peak, making Zhu Xinglan extremely excited, feeling the arrival of a magnificent peak master. Returning to Third Medicine Valley, Guan transformed from the high and mighty peak master of Mortal World Peak to an ordinary valley master of Supreme Sect. In the evening, Guan found stealing the 5 elements and 9-finger Divine Lord, who were still playing chess, truly a waste of time. Guan curiously asked, "Where did Shinxinzi go?" 9-finger Divine Lord casually responded, "I heard he went to the Millennium Summit of Mortal World Peak. He just left not long ago." Mortal World Peak? Emichim, an ancient Qi fortune sect. Don't bother poking your nose into it. You won't encounter it in this lifetime. It's a sect much more powerful than the Great Cold Demon sect. 9-finger Divine Lord casually replied, prompting Guan to stare at him. Then he turned and walked away. Stealing the 5 elements then said with a smile, "That's not necessarily true. If he could invent this game, I think he might encounter great opportunities in the future. Who knows? You're so powerful, yet I haven't seen you help him." 9-finger Divine Lord replied, and although he had grown familiar with Guan, he had no intention of changing Gu An's destiny. With Gu An's talent, even if he was taken to a great sect, it might not be for the best. At least here, Guan could live effortlessly, live happily. Guan, hearing their conversation, thought to himself with a hint of amusement. If I revealed my realm, you might have never even heard of it. Guan hummed and went to chat with Ji Xiaoyu. With some time left before the Millennium Summit, Guan was in no rush to head there. Days later, Guan came to Immortal Seeking Island and made his final deal with the island master. Henceforth, Immortal Seeking Island would belong to him. Due to the calamity brought by the Great Cold Demon sect, the forces behind the island master had already withdrawn, not willing to look back, and could only sell it off to gain as much as possible. Before leaving, the island master said to Guan, "You had better have your backing force send a wandering immortal here, otherwise, you won't be able to keep order." Guan nodded with a smile. After the island master and his people had left, Guan turned to Hu Shaojian and said with a smile, "From now on, Immortal Seeking Island is mine, and I won't treat you unfairly." Hu Shaojian immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground in excitement. Afterward, Guan summoned the elders of Sea Protection Mansion, briefly instructed them, and upon hearing that Guan would arrange for a wandering immortal to come later, all the elders' expressions became respectful, no longer daring to underestimate him. Guan wasn't just boasting, there were wandering immortals on Dingtian Peak, and he could easily arrange for one. After all, he was using the identity of Meng Lang on Immortal Seeking Island. Time flew swiftly by. Until the Spring Festival had passed, the Millennium Summit of Mortal World Peak was finally about to begin. Above the sea of clouds, Holy Mother of Western Spirit stood on a lotus throne, moving swiftly, with Lu Lingjun standing beside her, and a small snake lying on her shoulder, the White Spirit Demon Emperor who had ascended with her. Lu Lingjun's beautiful eyes widened as she saw the peaks through the clouds, feeling as though she was witnessing the immortal realm of mortals. The White Spirit Demon Emperor flicked its tongue curiously and asked, "How does Mortal World Peak compare to the Great Cold Demon sect in terms of strength?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but look toward Holy Mother of Western Spirit, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. She could not forget the sight of the Great Cold Demon sect surrounding the continent. At that time, it felt like the Great Cold Demon sect was invincible. In terms of historical heritage, Mortal World Peak is stronger, and Mortal World Peak also has considerable power within the Holy Court. Even we, the Bitter Sea Buddha sect, cannot compare, Holy Mother of Western Spirit replied, her face calm. Lu Lingjun and the White Spirit Demon Emperor could feel the might of Mortal World Peak even more. Holy Mother of Western Spirit continued speaking of Mortal World Peak's past. While listening, Lu Lingjun gazed into the distance, her anticipation for the upcoming Millennium Summit growing. Passing through layers of clouds, they observed the peaks along the way, their eyes never resting. Gradually, more figures of cultivators appeared in their view, all invited monks or demons from great sects, each with extraordinary presence. Neither Lu Lingjun nor the White Spirit Demon Emperor had reached the Mahayana realm, yet the cultivators and demons they encountered along the way were much stronger than them, causing an instinctive feeling of nervousness and discomfort. But they were ascenders, certainly not cowards. Ambition grew within them. One day, they too would arrive invited, rather than relying on others. Lu Lingjun couldn't help but think of Guan. The young man who had written the immortal God book, if he could see this spectacle, would certainly be inspired even more. Too bad, with Guan's talent and temperament, he probably would never reach such a place in his lifetime. Chapter 309, The Invincible Heavenly Demon Great Emperor. At the summit of Mortal World Peak, in a courtyard at the mountain's top, Guan gathered with a group of heaven and earth flying immortals. Everyone present was either a peak master or main peak elder of Mortal World Peak. The courtyard was simple and not very expansive, filled with various flowers and trees, and the faint scent of sandalwood lingered in the air. Guan was exchanging pleasantries with everyone. No matter how high one's realm might be, social interaction is inevitable. Guan did not resist it. After all, he intended to stay at Mortal World Peak for the long term. This place was destined to become an important source of lifespan for him. Overall, the atmosphere was harmonious, with no apparent scheming or rivalry in sight. The master of the main peak, just as Guan had guessed, was none other than a carefree primordial immortal, and not of a low realm at that. Eternal Daoist Lord, Carefree Primordial Immortal Level 6267907/78000/1500000, a maximum lifespan of 1,500,000 years. Exceeding Shinzin's 999,999 years suggested reaching the Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm heralded a transformation in the limit of one's lifespan. With just level 6 of Carefree Immortal achieving 780,000 years of lifespan, the Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma must certainly surpass 1,000,000 years, and the higher Tao Void Mysterious Immortals would have lifespans of several million years, or even more. Guan was unable to even estimate how long the Divine Thought True Immortals had lived. They were ancient beings to him. Compared with them, Guan was like an infant. After rotating through interactions with each person, Guan became a listener. The Millennial Peak meeting would host a banquet to exchange insights with the higher echelons of various sects and also conduct peak combat competitions. The first aim was to promote healthy internal competition, and the second was to demonstrate Mortal World Peak strength to the world. As for recruiting disciples, that was just a side matter. With Mortal World Peak's current foundations, they hardly cared about the number of new disciples. After a while, the high-level meeting of Mortal World Peak adjourned, and Guan flew off alone toward Dingtian Peak. He spread his divine thought and already caught sight of Lu Lingjun and Shenxinzi. Shenxinzi was not a concern, for with his 9th layer wandering immortal realm cultivation, he was treated well wherever he went. However, Lu Lingjun, who was only at the Mystic Heart realm, couldn't enjoy the same treatment. Without the Holy Mother of Western Spirit accompanying her, Lu Lingjun had to stay inside her temporary residence. She was living atop a mountain peak with a broad view. Many cultivators and demons who passed by cast surprised glances at her, which made the color of her cheeks unpleasant. Guan glanced at the situation briefly before taking his gaze back, not taking much interest in it. Upon returning to Dingtian Peak, Guan wandered around leisurely as no disciples recognized him along the way. There were many winding mountain paths on Dingtian Peak. Along the way, he saw courtyards of disciples, some growing flowers and plants, some with empty yards, and others raising demon beasts and insects, providing an entertaining stroll for him. Dingtian Peak had several mountain cities, akin to the fortresses of the Supreme Sect, where nearly anything one wished for could be purchased, except that these cities weren't as crowded as those of the Supreme Sect. As Guan passed by a mountain city, a voice reached him, its tone filled with surprise. "Master." Guan turned his head to see Sushi approaching briskly. Upon seeing Guan, her ears reddened and she shyly lowered her head, reminding Guan of an Exian. But an Exian was not shy, she was gentle. Guan smiled and asked, "Where's your brother? Why are you here alone?" Sushi, still keeping her head down and holding her sleeves, softly answered, "He went to Debating Peak. He wants to see if he can meet any acquaintances or clansmen." Debating Peak was specially prepared for receiving Mortal World Peak's guests, and the current Millennial Peak meeting had brought the quiet Debating Peak to life. Guan, seeing her in this state, smiled broader. He then took out a secret book and handed it to Su Shi, saying, "Meeting is destiny. Consider this spell book a welcome gift. You may pass it on to Su Ruohai as well." Su Shi looked up, instinctively stepping back and waved her hand, saying, "If not for Master, we might not have been able to join Mortal World Peak. How can we accept another spell book? We will train diligently and earn spell books with our efforts." Guan gave her a stern look and said, "Then what kind of master am I? Take it." Su Shi had no choice but to accept. Seeing her at a loss, Guan then chuckled and said, "If you feel bad, how about doing me a favor? Have you been busy lately?" Su Shi quickly shook her head, replying, not busy at all. Go to Debating Peak, to the dwelling of the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Look for a person named Lu Lingjun. Keep her company wherever she wants to go these days. If she asks, just say it's arranged by your master. Do not reveal my name. If she has any requests that you can fulfill, help her out. Your master won't let you suffer for it," Guan instructed, then raised his hand to project the image of Lu Lingjun into Su Zai's mind. Su Shi hesitated for a moment before accepting the task. With a wave from Guan, she bowed respectfully and took her leave. Watching Su Shi leave, Guan smiled to himself. Arranging this was partly to help Lu Lingjun broaden her horizons, and also to train Su Shi a bit. This had been a spur-of-the-moment decision for him. Guan continued his descent down the mountain, enjoying the scenery along the way. In the courtyard, Lu Lingjun sat in front of a stone table, idly flipping through a book. Beside her, the white spirit demon emperor lay sprawled across the table. A figure descended from the sky, and Lu Lingjun instinctively looked up, then rose to her feet. "Lu Lingjun?" Su Shi asked. Lu Lingjun subconsciously nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy. Su Shi was wearing the Taoist robe of Mortal World Peak, her face beautiful, her posture dignified, and exuding an aura of immortality. In her presence, Lu Lingjun couldn't help but feel intimidated. The difference between them was like that between immortals and mortals. Although Su Shi was shy in front of Guan, she was at ease facing Lu Lingjun. Precisely because of this serenity, the aura of Nirvana realm manifested, overwhelming Lu Lingjun of the mystic realm with pressure. Lu Lingjun's mind raced, wondering if she had offended someone. "My master sent me to you. Do you have any places you'd like to go? I can accompany you. If you have any needs, you can ask me." Until the end of the Millennial Peak meeting, Su Shi continued. She was puzzled inwardly about why her master would take care of such a minor cultivator. She then thought, weren't she and her brother similar to this girl in her master's eyes? Perhaps this girl had also met her master on the road and caught his eye. "May I ask who is the master of Senior?" Lu Lingjun asked cautiously. Su Shi responded, "My master is the Peak Master of Dingtian Peak." The Peak Master of Dingtian Peak. As an ascender, Lu Lingjun couldn't keep her composure at this revelation, and the white spirit demon emperor's eyes widened as well. Having been told by the Holy Mother of Western Spirit that the Peak Masters of Mortal World Peak were extraordinary beings, especially those of divine peaks, of which Dingtian Peak was one, Lu Lingjun couldn't fathom how such an exalted being would know of her. For a moment, Lu Lingjun felt nervous and unsettled. At dusk, Guan returned to Third Medicine Valley. Ji Xiaoyu came to greet him, curiously asking, "Where have you been these past 2 days?" Guan replied, "A Taoist friend of mine is hosting a banquet, and I have to attend as a guest." Ji Xiaoyu nodded, then said, "I had another dream while cultivating today. Shall we talk about it? I don't want to get involved with your great karma." Guan thought helplessly, but he immediately said aloud, "Of course, no problem." They both ascended to the upper floor. After Ji Xiaoyu set up restrictions, only then did she sit down at the desk, frowning slightly as she said, I dreamed that I was in a dimly lit space surrounded by stars, some of them immensely vast. I was surrounded by many demons and fighting, outer heaven. Having never been to outer heaven, the mortal spirits of this world couldn't imagine what it looked like, so Ji Xiaoyu could only describe it as a dimly lit space. Listening attentively, Guan quickly determined that Ji Xiaoyu's dream involved heavenly demons. Had she been to the silent destruction domain in a past life? He wasn't surprised. He had known for a long time that Ji Xiaoyu was no ordinary person. What puzzled him was not only that Ji Xiaoyu's previous lifetimes had battled with the heavenly demon army, but she also mentioned a terrifying being. This being commanded the heavenly demons. He said that no matter how many times I reincarnate, he would be waiting for me to challenge him. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, the memory of the fierce battles in her dreams causing her to grip the teacup in her hands tightly. After a moment of thought, Guan comforted her, don't worry, you won't be able to challenge him for many years, maybe not even in this lifetime. Anyway, I can't imagine how to slash a star so large with a single sword stroke. Although his words were a bit harsh, they indeed comforted Ji Xiaoyu. Just then, a voice came, that is the heavenly demon emperor, who once single-handedly suppressed the great heavenly spirit land. The voice of stealing the 5 elements. As he spoke, he appeared out of nowhere inside the room. Ji Xiaoyu frowned but did not speak out. The identity of Reincarnation Path Emperor was revealed to them by stealing the 5 elements, so Guan did not stop him from entering. Suppressed the great heavenly spirit land? How strong must that be? Guan cautiously asked. With a grave expression, stealing the 5 elements replied, very strong, unimaginably so. Even the Reincarnation Path Emperor once mentioned to me that her destiny was to challenge the heavenly demon emperor, but she soon reincarnated, and her fate entered the cycle of reincarnation. Guan pressed on, you mean the heavenly demon emperor won't attack our realm actively? Correct, the establishment of the Holy Court has kept the heavenly demon's ravages at bay. As long as the Tao level of Xingtian remains intact, there's no way for the heavenly demon emperor to reach us. The being behind me has also been to the land of the heavenly demons and was cursed as a result. It's a place of utter horror, beyond my comprehension. However, seeing her growth rate in this life, it will be hard to encounter heavenly demons without 30,000 years, said stealing the 5 elements, casting a glance at Ji Xiaoyu. Guan did not speak further, but adopted a shocked expression. It was entirely normal for a mortal to be shocked upon hearing of the existence of heavenly demons, or so stealing the 5 elements thought Guan should seem. After hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu returned to calm. Stealing the 5 elements continued to describe the might of the heavenly demons. A good while later, he left. The room fell silent. Guan sighed and said, he said that not even the sword Venerable Fudao could defeat the heavenly demon emperor. This is a good thing, at least you don't have to worry for now. Looking at him, Ji Xiaoyu's gaze was serene as she said, I had hoped to lead a peaceful life and pass away peacefully, but after what he said, I suddenly don't want to die. I want to cultivate to the level where I can meet that heavenly demon emperor. Taken aback, Guan replied, having a larger goal is certainly a good thing. Ji Xiaoyu rose from her seat and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she turned her head back and said, why don't you give up either? I've dreamed of many people. Some started from nothing and ended up shining brilliantly. If you could be by my side to fight the heavenly demon emperor, wouldn't that be wonderful? With that, she turned her head and pushed the door to leave. Chapter 310 Why don't you give your place to me, heavenly demon great emperor? Guan looked at the moon outside the window, his lips curving into a smile. If Ji Xiaoyu really could achieve it, according to stealing the 5 elements, she would need to cultivate for 30,000 years. 30,000 years. I wouldn't even know how terrifying I would become by then. The mere heavenly demon great emperor, easily squashed. By then, they'll pretend to be weaker than Ji Xiaoyu, let her fight strenuously, and step in when she almost can't hold on. The thought is quite exhilarating. Guan even laughed at the thought, choosing not to get up and close the door but instead pulling out a book to read. The Millennium Peak Conference had begun with cultivators of various ranks competing near the debating peak, making it a lively place. During these days, with Su Zai's company, Lu Lingjun explored Mortal World Peak, greatly broadening his horizons, and their relationship had also grown closer, though Lu Lingjun still addressed Su Shi as his senior. The competitions between peaks continued for half a month, with Gu An's Dingtian Peak ranking third from last among the divine peaks, which he didn't feel too strongly about since the disciples of Dingtian Peak were used to it. That day, the grand banquet of the Millennium Peak Conference began, with tables set up all around the debating peak. Guan then attended the banquet under the starlit sky, the banquet located above a sea of clouds equipped with a powerful formation, only accessible to those at least in the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Shen Xinzi of the wandering immortal realm couldn't participate, which actually relieved Guan. If Shen Xinzi had come, he wouldn't have attended. There were hundreds of heaven and earth flying immortals and over 10 carefree primordial immortals at the cloud banquet, with Guan standing beside Bai Zia listening to him introduce the guests. The participating forces numbered over 20, including even cultivators from the Holy Court. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Guan was enjoying the feast. The exquisite delicacies here were truly exceptional, with just one bite enough to save mortals decades of hard cultivation. With Bai Zia's help, Guan got acquainted with quite a few heaven and earth flying immortals. An ancient hour later, a carefree primordial immortal suddenly walked to the middle of the cloud banquet, laughing as he spoke. Daoist Lord, I wish to join Mortal World Peak, may I ask if that's permissible? Upon these words, everyone turned to look at him. The peak master of Mortal World Peak's main peak, Everlasting Daoist Lord, looked towards him and laughed. Mo Hen, although you've left the great cold demon sect for tens of thousands of years, can you really sever all ties given your sect's current crisis? Other carefree primordial immortals followed with light jabs at Mo Hen. Mentioning the great cold demon sect invariably brought up Sword Venerable Fudao, but Mo Hen wasn't upset. He looked at Everlasting Daoist Lord and cheerfully said, I've long severed those ties. It's normal for that group of useless people to be annihilated. Don't provoke me, Sword Venerable Fudao isn't someone I can afford to antagonize. I advise you all to speak well and avoid substantial karmic retribution. Hearing this, other carefree primordial immortals stopped making fun of him. Even they did so, not to mention the heaven and earth flying immortals. Though all were present at the banquet, the division of hierarchy was clear, and heaven and earth flying immortals were definitely not the protagonists. Everlasting Daoist Lord pondered and said, the position of the peak master of Qingtian Peak is still vacant, would you accept that? Mo Hen shook his head and said, I set my sights on Dingtian Peak. He then turned and looked towards Guan in the crowd, smiling, Dingtian Peak's peak master, how about you cede your position to me? All eyes were now on Guan. Before Guan could speak, Bai Zia angrily said, what do you mean by this? Bullying the weak? Guan looked at Bai Zia, not expecting him to be so aggressive. He's got quite the backing. Mo Hen wasn't upset and chuckled. There was internal strife on Dingtian Peak back then, and a good friend of mine died there. I'm just being nostalgic. Yet his tone obviously left no room for negotiation. Suddenly, the banquet fell silent. Bai Zia looked towards Everlasting Daoist Lord. Carefree primordial immortals seemed amused by the situation, while the heaven and earth flying immortals looked at Guan sympathetically. They all knew Guan had just become the peak master of Dingtian Peak, and now, just days later, he was being asked to vacate his position, which must be hard to accept. Guan remained silent, while everyone thought he was weighing his options. In reality, he was feeling sentimental. My ties with the great cold demon sect are truly cursed. Is this to continue the karma? To make me completely annihilate the great cold demon sect? Guan felt no pressure, being the strongest person present with a cultivation level 2 major realms higher than anyone else. What was there to fear? He wanted to see the attitude of Everlasting Daoist Lord. If Everlasting Daoist Lord didn't defend him, then there was no reason to stay in Mortal World Peak. As for Mo Hen, a bad ending was inevitable. Everlasting Daoist Lord slowly said, that won't do, choose another one. His tone was unquestionable and very firm, giving the great cultivators of mortal world peak a sense of backbone. Regardless, Mo Hen was an outsider, and although the combat power of a carefree primordial immortal was important, it didn't give him the right to do whatever he pleased. If Meng Lang were kicked out today, tomorrow it could be any of them. Mo Hen shook his head. Don't be hasty, what if this young friend agrees? The term young friend was filled with disdain. His gaze turned to Guan. Young friend, if you cede your position to me, I won't let you suffer losses. You can ask for anything. Guan replied, thanks for your kind offer, senior, but no need. I'm not the type who likes to change nests. Everyone's expression changed slightly, none expecting Guan to defy Mo Hen, everlasting Taoist lord included. At this level of cultivation, recklessness was impossible unless facing a lower-level cultivator. Mo Hen's smile disappeared instantly, his face darkening as he said, I can give Taoist lord face, but have you considered the consequences of offending me? Everlasting Taoist lord frowned, appearing suddenly in front of Guan, looked at Mo Hen, and said coldly, Taoist friend, you are going too far. Mo Hen stared at Guan with a cruel smile, blatantly threatening him. Mo Hen harbors hostility towards you, despising you deeply. Would you like to conduct a lifespan detection on him? This constitutes deep hatred? Typical of a demon cultivator, heartless and ruthless. Sigh. Guan sighed deeply, attracting everyone's attention. He walked past everlasting Taoist lord towards Mo Hen. What are you doing? Bai Zia hastily grabbed Guan. Since Bai Zia had brought Guan into mortal world peak, he felt dishonored and angry over Guan being bullied. Everlasting Taoist lord spoke, Meng Lang, in mortal world peak, no one can harm you, and should anyone cause you harm outside, mortal world peak will not simply let it go. Guan smiled at Bai Zia, then broke free from his grip, turning towards everlasting Taoist lord to bow respectfully, before continuing towards Mo Hen. Mo Hen laughed, not expecting this young man to actually walk towards him. You called me Mo Hen, right? Why must you force me? Guan shrugged and spread his hands, his expression one of helplessness. His steps didn't stop, suddenly erupting with a terrifying aura, causing everyone's complexion to change drastically, including Mo Hen's. With each step Guan took, his aura surged, quickly surpassing the heaven and earth flying immortal realm and continuing to rise. How is this possible? A carefree primordial immortal widened his eyes in disbelief. Others were similarly shocked, and Bai Zia was dumbfounded. When Guan reached Mo Hen, his aura had reached the 9th layer of the carefree primordial immortal realm, with the strongest present only at the 6th layer, and Mo Hen himself only at the 4th layer. Guan lifted his chin, looking down at Mo Hen, asking, how did you address me just now? Mo Hen's face looked extremely unpleasant as Guan's aura completely overwhelmed him. The banquet fell into silence, you could hear a pin drop. The most alarming incident then occurred. Guan actually reached out and patted Mo Hen's wrinkled face. Though the gesture was gentle, to everyone watching, this was the making of a deadly feud. Chapter 311. A million years is far from enough. After Guan slapped him, Mo Hen's face showed disbelief. He had not expected Guan to be so audacious. Despite the gap in their cultivation levels, they both existed as carefree primordial immortals. Mo Hen clenched his teeth and asked, who exactly are you, and from which sect do you come? Everyone else stared at Guan, waiting for his response. A heaven and earth flying immortal who had just joined mortal world peak was a carefree primordial immortal? Everyone felt it was absurd and even suspected Guan had ulterior motives. At this moment, Bai Zia could not help but entertain doubts, but upon rethinking, he recalled that it was he who had persuaded the individual to join mortal world peak, and it did not seem like a setup at that time. Guan fixed his gaze on Mo Hen and said, does that really matter? If I were merely an ordinary peak master of mortal world peak, how would you seek revenge on me? As soon as Mo Hen exhibited hostility toward him, Guan had already marked him as a dead man in his heart. Guan's statement made Taoist Lord Yongnian narrow his eyes. After hearing this, Mo Hen's expression grew uglier, and for a moment, he did not know how to respond. Could he also be aiming for Dingtian Peak? Mo Hen thought angrily in his heart, not considering it a coincidence. How could it be that a randomly chosen person turned out to be a great cultivator concealing his power? Now, he found himself in a dilemma. Bowing his head in submission would not erase the karma, but refusing to do so would only worsen his situation. Suddenly, Mo Hen revealed a smile and said with a clasped fist, "If that's the case, I am even more convinced to join Mortal World Peak. As for Dingtian Peak, I no longer want it. Qingtian Peak is also fine." Upon hearing these words, most of the people present heaved a sigh of relief. Taoist Lord Yongyan spoke, "Forget it, Taoist friend, please go to another sect." Everyone was taken aback by his rapid change in attitude, and Mo Hen's face turned even uglier. Guan turned around to look at Taoist Lord Yongyan, saw him slightly nodding, and he couldn't help but smile. "Very sensible, huh?" "Humph." Mo Hen let out a cold snort and left with a flick of his sleeves. Everyone urged him to stop, fearing he would stay and escalate the conflict. Guan raised his right hand, causing everyone to look at him, not understanding what he intended to do. 3 breaths later, Guan suddenly clenched his hand, then quickly put whatever it was into his sleeve, the movement so swift that no one saw what he had in his hand. "You have successfully seized 8,709 years of lifespan from Mo Hen, Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm, 4th layer." Looking at the prompt before him, Guan remained indifferent, feeling no sense of accomplishment. The surrounding Carefree Primordial Immortals suddenly changed their demeanor. They looked at Guan with fear, realizing that Mo Hen's aura had suddenly vanished. The heaven and earth flying immortals were curious about what Guan had just grabbed. Guan moved next to Bai Zia, and Taoist Lord Yongyan looked deeply at Guan and then signaled for the cloud banquet to continue. Bai Zia looked at Guan, wanting to say something but hesitated. Guan smiled and said, "By Taoist friend, shall things remain as they were before?" Bai Zia subconsciously nodded, his demeanor becoming reserved. How could things be the same? Damn, that was frightening. Bai Zia felt somewhat apprehensive in his heart, wondering if he would have been killed had he acted arrogantly in the beginning. He couldn't voice this question, but the answer was quite clear. At the subsequent banquet, Guan became the focus, with everyone enthusiastically interacting with him, a stark contrast to the earlier scene, even the Carefree Primordial Immortals addressing him as a senior. At Debating Peak, a yard filled with tables where Lu Lingjun, the Holy Mother of the Western Spirit, and Su Shi sat together, Shen Xinzi was at another table, engaging in a discussion on the principles of Buddhism. The Holy Mother of the Western Spirit looked at Su Shi, curiously asking, "Ms. Su, I wonder if we might have the honor of visiting your master? I would like to thank him in person for taking care of Spirit Lord Lu." Lu Lingjun also looked toward Su Shi. In the past few days, Su Shi had shown her around, enriching her understanding of many immortal cultivation concepts. Whenever she wanted something, Su Shi had purchased it before she even asked, and despite some reservations about the motives of the Dingtian Peak Master, she still held a good impression of Su Shi. Su Shi shook her head and said, "My master hasn't mentioned wanting to meet you, nor has he said he is keeping Ms. Lu. After the Peak Conference, you may return without any burden." This statement caused the Holy Mother of the Western Spirit and Lu Lingjun to exchange puzzled glances. Just then, a cultivator landed in the yard. The elder from the Great Cold Demon sect offended the Dingtian Peak Master and perished just after leaving Mortal World Peak. The person spoke excitedly, capturing everyone's attention. Upon hearing it concerned the Dingtian Peak Master, the trio showed curious expressions. The person began to recount the events at the Cloud Banquet, a scenario that was spreading quickly among all peaks of the Mortal World Peak. Mo Hen had once been an elder of the Great Cold Demon sect, which was nearly dissolved, so Mortal World Peak had no hesitation in making his demise known to demonstrate its strength. From Mo Hen forcing the Dingtian Peak Master to relinquish his position to the Dingtian Peak Master showing stronger cultivation than Mo Hen and publicly slapping him, forcing Mo Hen to leave disgracefully, the whole process fired up everyone who heard it. Mo Hen had just flown out of Mortal World Peak when he fell, making the Dingtian Peak Master seem even more formidable in the eyes of the listeners. The news spread within Dingtian Peak, motivating all disciples and clearing the gloom of their low ranking. After understanding this, Lu Lingjun felt even more uneasy. Such a strong-willed Dingtian Peak master. To have such a person assisting her was a mixed blessing. Due to the conflict between the Dingtian Peak master and Mo Hen, this Wanli Peak conference became much more discussive. As Mo Hen's identity and deeds were unearthed, all guests could feel the strength of Mortal World Peak. After the cloud banquet ended, Guan returned to the Supreme Sect. He had also heard the noise from Mortal World Peak. How could news spread so fast? In reality, it was Mortal World Peak deliberately promoting it, thankfully without mentioning Meng Lang's name, showing him respect. Guan returned to the Third Medicine Valley and happened to meet an Exian, and they chatted for a bit. Master-disciple discussed ordinary matters in the valley, and Guan found talking about life's minor details more interesting than discussing major worldly affairs. Those carefree primordial immortals always talked of grand principles and the world's populace, floating aloft. In the divine exotic realm under the blood-red firmament, Zhang Buku stood by the seashore practicing his divine skills. Behind him, the divine exotic realm master sat before the divine exotic life tablet, looking up at the heavens, lost in thought with a vacant gaze. Zhang Buku finished his maneuver and turned to face his master, asking, "Master, the great calamity has ended, and you have reached agreements with various sects across the sea. Why do you still look so troubled?" Thinking about how sword_exempt_title_converted the great cold demon sect stirred his blood. Since he began walking the path of immortal cultivation, he had often heard of the deeds of Sword Venerable Fudao. He never imagined that wherever he went, Sword Venerable Fudao would still be revered by all as a supreme great power. Divine Exotic Realm Master slowly retracted his gaze and said, "Just like Master, the great cold demon sect is but a pawn. This matter cannot end so quickly. The commotion is too large, and the Holy Court will surely investigate. When the storm settles, more trouble will come." Zhang Buku disagreed and said, "If there were an existence behind the great cold demon sect capable of contending with Sword Venerable Fudao, wouldn't they have acted long ago? Perhaps they are investigating Sword Venerable Fudao's identity and cultivation level." "Master, don't worry. Wouldn't it be better for you to focus on cultivating and strive to break free from destiny on your own?" Zhang Buku advised. Since his father's death, he had faced continuous tribulations and developed a firm heart. He knew worrying about the future was futile, and seizing the moment to cultivate diligently was key. The divine exotic realm master shook his head, smiling, "Master is not like you. I cannot strengthen through cultivation. The more divine exotic resentful ghosts there are, the stronger master becomes." Zhang Buku frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Now that the world is at peace, won't you be unable to expand the number of divine exotic resentful ghosts?" The divine exotic realm master nodded, then looked up again and said, "It just means I can't grow stronger in this realm. My disciple, would you like to venture to other great heaven and earths?" "Where?" "A very dark realm." The words of the divine exotic realm master puzzled Zhang Buku. What did very dark mean? Was there a place darker than the divine exotic realm? Time flew by, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Lingjun returned. She saw Guan playing Go with someone and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Was Go really that engaging? Her gaze fell on Shinshinzi. Why had this prominent figure from the Bitter Sea Buddha sect stayed here all this time? She couldn't figure out what charm the Third Medicine Valley held to attract such a great cultivator. She communicated with Guan telepathically. Upon hearing her, he immediately asked Yang Jian, who was standing beside him, to help with the game. Seeing Yang Jian prepare to play, Lu Xianyi from the Holy Court approached. Over the years, he always tried to flatter Yang Jian, a demeanor that led Guan to speculate, but Guan had kept his thoughts to himself, pretending not to know. Guan squeezed through the crowd to greet Lu Lingjun. "Let's talk in your room," Lu Lingjun nodded. Guan had no objections, and the two made small talk as they walked toward the building. Once inside, Lu Lingjun casually sat down, scanning the surroundings. When her eyes landed on certain books on the shelf, she couldn't help but grimace. Some things never change. Guan brewed tea for her as she began recounting her experiences over the years. I attended the Wanli Peak meeting at Mortal World Peak. It was an eye-opener. Are you aware of Mortal World Peak? Lu Lingjun asked. Guan nodded and replied, I've heard of it. Shinxinzi was there too, but I don't understand much about it. Those great cultivators said I'm not qualified to know. Lu Lingjun smiled and said, Indeed, you're not qualified. But I was fortunate to attend, and I can tell you about it. Want to hear? Guan, carrying the hot tea, placed the cup in front of her and said, Of course, I want to hear. Go on. Let's see if you will try to impress me. Lu Lingjun began from where she first learned about the Wanli Peak meeting, and Guan sat down to listen attentively. She didn't hide the Dingtian Peak master's protectiveness toward her, even her language seemed to steer, seemingly eager to see Guan's reaction. Guan kept a normal expression, silently criticizing in his mind. Are all women like this? Previously, Jiang Qiong also used sword Venerable Fudao to pressure him. After some time, Lu Lingjun remarked reflectively, the strength of the Dingtian Peak master is unimaginable. The elder from the great cold demon sect was killed just like that. I wonder when I could reach such a realm. Guan joked, practice cultivation for 180,000 years. Lu Lingjun glared at him and retorted, easy for you to say. 1,000,000 years might not be enough. You have no idea about the vastness of the immortal path realm. Chapter 312. The shock of Hu Shaojian appreciation flickered in Guan's eyes. He hadn't expected Lu Lingjun to have such a keen self-awareness. Lu Lingjun, seeing Guan's expression, felt rather helpless. Was this guy always so calm? She glared at Guan and said unenthusiastically, Don't you long for it after hearing all that? Guan replied, Of course I yearn for it, but over the years I've heard too many tales of immortals. At best, I take them as entertainment. Could a great man like myself even dream of such things? Lu Lingjun felt his words were somewhat odd, but she was too lazy to argue and continued to talk about her observations from Mortal World Peak. Although Guan had been there at the time, hearing it from Lu Lingjun's perspective offered a different view of the scene. The two chatted for over an ancient hour, and Lu Lingjun expressed her desire to stay temporarily in the Third Medicine Valley, to which Guan agreed. Guan stretched in a languid manner as he looked out the window. Tomorrow he could go to Dingtian Peak to pick medicinal herbs. He had ordered Zhu Xinglan to establish a medicine garden, and the first batch of medicinal herbs was already ripe. Regarding the medicine garden on Dingtian Peak, Guan had no intention of prohibiting other disciples from picking the herbs so as not to arouse suspicion. After all, Mortal World Peak was now a first-class sect with close ties to the Holy Court, and he had to be careful. And after all, Dingtian Peak was vast. Even with disciples helping, he could collect many herbs himself. Thinking of this, a look of anticipation appeared in Guan's eyes. The following afternoon, on Dingtian Peak, Guan walked up the mountain path to the summit, followed by Zhu Xinglan, who displayed great respect as the peak's foremost disciple. He now knew that Guan was a great power who surpassed the carefree primordial immortal. Such a major figure was critical to cling to, and so he was eager to assist in any way possible. I need a wandering immortal disciple to take charge of an island for me, Guan said casually. Ask around for me. I won't treat him unfairly. Today had brought him over 300,000 years of lifespan, a decent haul. Zhu Xinglan immediately responded, Master, if you wish to leave today, I will arrange it now. Go ahead. With Guan's consent, Zhu Xinglan vanished on the spot. Guan walked to the courtyard and sat on a bench, looking up. Ever since his last breakthrough, cosmic wars had erupted from time to time outside, with increasing numbers of heaven and earth flying immortals coming and going. Guan also caught sight of the visage of a heavenly demon. The heavenly demons appeared no different from living beings, and included many of the human race. The most distinct feature of the heavenly demons was their demonic chi, which was different from that of the demon cultivators and demons within the great heavenly spirit land, it was more sinister and instinctively repelling. At the periphery of the silent destruction domain, two heaven and earth flying immortals were engaged in combat, fighting over a treasure. Carefree primordial immortals were observing in the shadows. Half an incense stick of time later, Zhu Xinglan returned, bringing someone with him. Sun Han Feng, Wandering Immortal Realm, 4th Layer 89034/14000/280000. Guan sized up Sun Han Feng, who wore a black robe with a slightly sinister face, unkempt hair, and an aura that gave off an impression of great scheming. Feeling Guan's gaze, Sun Han Feng lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact. He was nervous because he'd heard how powerful and domineering this new master was, but he didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Disciple Sun Han Feng, greets master. Sun Han Feng said respectfully with a bow. Zhu Xinglan followed with an introduction of his background. Sun Han Feng had been born on Mortal World Peak and had a very good relationship with Zhu Xinglan. Let's be off then. Guan stood up and, with a sweep of his sleeve, whisked Sun Han Feng away. Zhu Xinglan was momentarily stunned, admiring how impressive the master's divine skills were. Many privately discussed just how powerful the master of Dingtian Peak really was. Zhu Xinglan received an important piece of information. Sect leader Yongnian Daojun believed that the master of Dingtian Peak possessed a higher cultivation level than he did. Such an assessment left him with boundless imagination. Elsewhere, Guan arrived at Immortal Seeking Island with Sun Han Feng in tow. As they alighted, Sun Han Feng stumbled, nearly falling, but Guan caught his arm in time. Are you all right? Guan asked. Sun Han Feng, his face flushed with embarrassment, quickly replied, I'm fine, master. Sorry for the laugh. Guan nodded and began walking towards the buildings ahead, with Sun Han Feng hastily following. Guan started to brief him on Immortal Seeking Island. After understanding the strength of the island, Sun Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief. A place where a wandering immortal alone could be a deterrent? What pressure could there possibly be? You and the island both share the Sun surname. That's quite a coincidence, Guan joked, with Sun Han Feng offering only an embarrassed smile and not the least bit of dissatisfaction. Soon, Hu Xiaojian and several elders of the Sea Protection Mansion were introduced, and Guan had Sun Han Feng introduce himself. From Mortal World Peak, I am Sun Han Feng. I look forward to working with all of you and hope for your fullest support, Sun Han Feng said, and then exhibited the aura of a wandering immortal, which caused everyone in the hall to breathe rapidly. Having spent years doubting whether Guan's claims were true, they were all shocked to finally witness a wandering immortal. Hu Xiaojian was especially excited, looking at Guan with eyes full of admiration. That's settled then. From now on, Sun Han Feng is in charge of Immortal Seeking Island. You all talk. With those words, Guan left. Everyone turned their attention to Sun Han Feng, all quite nervous since he didn't seem easy to approach. After Guan left, Sun Han Feng sat down with an assertive posture, no longer as restrained as before. May I ask, Elder, does the island master also hail from Mortal World Peak? One of the loose immortals asked cautiously. The reputation of Mortal World Peak was significant, and even if they were unfamiliar with it, they had heard of it. Naturally, Sun Han Feng said. Everyone smiled, now believing Sun Han Feng had a favorable relationship with the island master, or at least that he was not an outsider. The island master is my master. You can rest assured. What's most important is that we all work together to run Immortal Seeking Island well. We cannot disappoint him. Moreover, I can tell you, his cultivation level is exceedingly high, stronger than anything you have heard of. Serving him is the greatest fortune of your lives. Sun Hanfeng's words widened everyone's eyes. Hu Xiaojian was bewildered. The elder was of such a grand origin? Was he not a loose immortal? Wait, loose immortal was what he had claimed himself. Hu Xiaojian felt overwhelmed by immense joy, his mind buzzing, failing to pay attention to the ensuing discussions from the elders. Sun Han Feng also noticed his distraction but did not mind, as Guan had instructed to take good care of the lad. Seasons changed, and another year passed. After the new spring, Guan visited the branch of the Supreme Sect. It was his first time at the branch, which he reached through the teleportation array in the main city of Sect. The Supreme Sect grew stronger every year, and its ties with the branch became tighter. Guan observed the branch's city, feeling the spiritual energy there, which was almost on par with the main city of Sect. No wonder so many disciples wished to come here. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant here, but disciples could also go out to train at any time, hunting demons and searching for heavenly and earthly treasures. The Taitsang dynasty had yet to claim the whole continent, and the same was true for the immortal cultivation sects, as they had not yet traversed every mountain and river on the continent. Guan didn't rush to find Yilan and began to wander around. As he wandered, he came across an acquaintance, a friend he had made in the outer gate city, with whom he exchanged pleasantries for quite some time. Moving on to the next street, he encountered a disciple from the Third Medicine Valley who had achieved foundation establishment. This was the sediment of a 227-year life. Guan enjoyed chatting with old friends, feeling no distance had grown between them. In the next ancient hour, he encountered two more old acquaintances, indicating that the branch had become the preferred destination for many average disciples, all in search of opportunities in the demon land. Guan was briefly contemplative but did not interfere with others' lives, unless he cared deeply for them. Like his junior sister, Yilan. By the time Guan arrived at Yilan's residence, she appeared out of nowhere with a joyful cry, "Big brother, what brings you here?" As she spoke, she rushed over to hug Guan. "In public, you must behave yourself." Guan quickly raised his hand and protested. Yilan reluctantly stopped, then pulled him toward the residence, all the while giving him a rundown of the current state of the branch. Inside the residence were numerous female disciples looking after the estate, and as they saw Yilan with Guan, curious eyes followed. After they walked away, Guan could hear the maids start to gossip about them. Eventually, Yilan led Guan into her room, then closed the door. As the two sat down to chat, Yilan finished sharing her experiences and began to inquire about how Guan had spent his years. Guan recounted his life, and although it was mundane, Yilan's face remained lit with a smile. Who would have thought, they thought back then, that 200 years later, they would be able to sit together once more. Gradually, Yilan's mind wandered as she fell into a strange state. She experienced this because Guan was guiding her toward enlightenment. Guan's divine thought covered the room, helping Yilan perceive the heaven and earth rules, a method beyond the imagination of mortal spirits. Even facing Guan herself, Yilan didn't notice anything amiss. It was as though Yilan had entered a dream state, her eyes distant and unfocused. Guan stood up, carried her to the bed, and guided her into meditation. Then he retreated to the table, sitting down to watch her practice. And so he watched Yilan meditate, his heart full of expectation. If he could help Yilan extend her maximum lifespan, he would arrange for her to train at Mortal World Peak. If not, sending Yilan with her few centuries of life to Mortal World Peak would only add to her troubles. Once one's horizons expand, it's easy to develop more expectations, leading to anxiety and pressure. Even divine skills from a true immortal cannot grant eternal life. There seems to be a force in the shadows resisting life's expansion. What that could be, Guan was also curious to know. Time flew swiftly by. Guan suddenly felt a bit bored and whimsically considered another option. Why not open another round of reincarnation evolution? This time, he would not select the dark great heaven and earth. He was curious to see how long he could survive. Perhaps if he lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years and mastered formidable divine skills, it might increase his chances of surviving the next tribulation crossing. Moreover, the memories passed down from reincarnation evolution could benefit his Taoist heart cultivation. Guan felt reaching a certain level might require reincarnation cultivation, otherwise, he wouldn't have unlocked this feature. Let's give it a shot then. Just one shot, no greediness. After all, it would cost 10 million years of lifespan, and even if he wanted to play more, it was not possible. Guan looked at Yilan, thinking to himself, "Little sister, please." Chapter 313, Battle Court, Emperor of Heavenly Dragon. You spent 10 million years of lifespan to initiate a reincarnation evolution. Beginning to connect with the Tao rules. Searching for a reincarnation destination. You have the following destinations to choose from. Select one. 1. Da Hong Realm. 2. Dark Great Heaven and Earth. 3. Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. There's a dark great heaven and earth again? Guan looked at the prompt before his eyes, immediately feeling aggravated. Black Profound Emperor, you wait for me, our blood feud from 2 lifetimes cannot be resolved. Guan hummed in his heart and then chose Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. He always felt that Great Heaven and Earth seemed more advanced, something like a realm, similar to where Lu Lingjun and Blood Prison Great Saint came from, the lower realm. As Guan was thinking, prompts began to appear in front of him. You've chosen to reincarnate into the Divine Origin Great Heaven and Earth. Due to the strength of the Tao rules in this realm, you temporarily can't initiate the life-stealing ability, nor can you activate phased features. Reincarnation evolution begins. In the first year, you were born into the dragon family of the Divine Continent, and your parents bestowed upon you the name Longzhan. At the age of 3, you awakened the true bloodline of the dragon family and, with the help of your clan, you tempered the dragon blood true body. At the age of 8, your family arranged for an immortal master for you, and you officially stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation. At the age of 9, your father took you to court to meet the Emperor of Divine Dynasty, who wished to betroth the 7th princess to you. Your father thought to let you decide, do you accept? The prompt stopped there. Guan had just been wondering how he had turned into a dragon. He preferred being a human. The appearance of Divine Dynasty signified that dragon was only a surname. Guan hesitated for a moment and decided to accept, wanting to tread carefully in this life. You accepted the arrangement of the Emperor of Divine Dynasty, and you shall marry the 7th princess, Han Jiaoer, when you turn 16. The Emperor of Divine Dynasty was overjoyed, generously rewarding you and making a decree to announce this to the world. At the age of 13, while accompanied by your clan for training outside, you tore apart a 4th-order demon king with your bare hands, shocking your clan. At the age of 16, you and Han Jiaoer got married in a ceremony, officially becoming the prince consort of the Divine Dynasty. The Emperor of Divine Dynasty conferred upon you the title of Mighty Holy Duke, granting you the Divine Dynasty's chief fortune. You became famous throughout the world, entering the ranks of the top-tier talents. At the age of 18, you decided to venture into the world to grow stronger. You left with Han Jiaoer's reluctant farewell, and in the same year, she gave birth to your son, named Long Xian. At the age of 20, you reached the edge of the Divine Continent and saw an evil dragon ravaging the city. You stepped in, subdued it, and unexpectedly discovered you could absorb dragon blood, making your chi blood even stronger. At the age of 21, you encountered an old Taoist who wanted to read your fate. Do you accept? It stopped again, suggesting the old Taoist was no ordinary person. Guan hesitated for a moment and chose to accept. You agreed to let the old Taoist read your fate. He pinched your muscles and bones and began to calculate. He was soon shocked, proclaiming you possess an innate divine emperor fate, destined to dominate all creatures of heaven and earth, becoming the lord of great heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, the old Taoist exploded into a burst of blood, covering you. At 25, you accidentally entered the grotto heaven of an ancient great cultivator and learned the ancient strange skill, Divine Desolation Technique. Gu An's lips twitched when he saw the part about the old Taoist's explosive demise. After that, he picked the more cautious options whenever possible. Year after year passed. Guan was on tenterhooks, fearing an early death. When he made it past 200 years, he smiled, finally setting a new record. However, without the life-stealing ability, Long Zhan's growth was surely not as fast as Chu Lu, Xiao Xingtian, and without a displayed realm in the prompts. Take it slow. Guan then became even more earnest, determined to strive to survive this life. As time ticked by, Yilan was meditating on the bed while Guan sat at the desk, the room engulfed in silence. Birdsong occasionally rang out from outside the window, adding a serene atmosphere of passing years. After an ancient hour, Guan let out a sigh, his expression grave, mired in struggle. At the age of 187,632, you met with the dragon family ancestor, who said he could fully awaken your bloodline, allowing it to fuse with your chi fortune and create an unprecedented physique. Do you accept his help? Guan had achieved the status of war god of the divine continent and was now venturing through the cosmos when he encountered the ancestor. He always felt the ancestor was up to no good. He did not want to die after coming this far. If the ancestor was benevolent, he wouldn't make things difficult for a descendant who refused him. If malevolent, not trusting him might lead to disaster, but trusting him could lead to plummeting into the abyss. Do not accept. You refused the help of the dragon family ancestor. The ancestor was enraged and attacked you, intending to suppress you. After a great battle, you escaped with severe injuries. At the age of 187,633, you met with Fairy Zi Yuan, who fortunately saved you. Your injuries were healed thanks to her. Next came adventure. Fairy Zi Yuan began to follow him on adventures, making him less lonely. As for his wife, Han Jiaoer, he had gone to bid her farewell when he was 100,000 years old. They had been parted by yin and yang. It was because of this that he left his descendants behind and ventured alone into the cosmos. Guan became more relaxed in his subsequent choices, as Long Zhan grew stronger and always managed to escape from death. Half an ancient hour later. At the age of 350,896, you unified a small universe, established the battle court, and married Fairy Zi Yuan. You self-proclaimed as the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon and crowned Fairy Zi Yuan as the Heavenly Empress. Quite impressive. Guan suddenly felt a sense of achievement, as if unlocking an epic achievement in a game. He could persevere further. Guan rubbed his hands together and continued to read on. One 10,000-year span followed another. After tens of thousands of years. At the age of 360,000, you broke through your own shackles, achieving the Tao Void mysterious immortal realm, shocking the cosmos. You regained your life grid. Do you activate the life-stealing ability? Here it comes. It's here. Guan chose to seize without hesitation. You activated the life-stealing ability. You sacrificed a universe of living beings, resulting in a massive surge in lifespan. Sacrificed? Guan's face turned pale. How could he be so reckless? At the age of 360,001, just as you transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path and became one with the immortals and gods, a terrifying hand reached across the river of time and snuffed you out. You were executed by the Annihilation God Emperor. Reincarnation ends. What the hell? It ended so abruptly. After he activated the life-stealing ability, Guan hadn't even made a choice. Guan immediately vanished from the room and appeared on an island overseas, initiating the lifespan barrier. He then sat down and looked at the last few prompts, grinding his teeth. Good. Very good. Annihilation God Emperor. Another name was added to Guan's list of grievances. Following that, a huge influx of memories flooded into his mind. It was the entire life of the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon, Long Zhan. It was only after truly receiving the memories that Guan realized how extraordinary Long Zhan's talent was, being unique from birth, inspiring great expectations from his family. The love between him and Han Jiao also left Guan deeply moved. Once Long Zhan ventured into the cosmos, his life became even more extraordinary, his story deeply touching. Within the memories, Guan also saw Fairy Zi Yuan, incomparably beautiful and with a grace none in the world could match. Chapter 314, Heavenly Dragon and the Ji family. As Guan continued to assimilate Long Zhan's memories, his hostility towards the Annihilation God Emperor also began to weaken. This Long Zhan is too arrogant. Before his wife Han Jiaoer's death, he still exercised some restraint in his actions, but since he went to outer heaven, he completely unleashed himself and acted recklessly. The battle court he established was also tyrannical, rewarding those who followed him and annihilating those who opposed. The peace of heaven and earth sacrificed by Long Zhan was completely innocent and involved, and the creatures of that realm didn't even have time to react before they died. The whole world turned to dust in an instant. Before, Guan felt that Xiao Xingtian was already arrogant enough, but compared to Long Zhan, he was nothing. If Guan had been in the great heavenly spirit land and also possessed the ability to slay Long Zhan, he would definitely have made a move. After Guan finished integrating the memories, it was as if he had lived through Long Zhan's life himself, becoming the Emperor of Heavenly Dragon, yet when he looked back, he was filled with regret and remorse. Before Long Zhan transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path, Fairy Zi Yuan had advised him not to pursue enlightenment at the expense of harming other beings. Long Zhan didn't listen, and the two even broke ties over this. After the inheritance of memories ended, Guan was still immersed in them. He was Guan, but also Long Zhan. This feeling left Guan with an indescribable sense. Perhaps this is what it felt like to remember a past life in one's current life. Clearly the same person, but with different personalities. After inheriting the memories of Long Zhan's life, Guan also gained a lot, including insights into the Taoist heart and the ability to inherit Long Zhan's most powerful divine skills. Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma Aspect. This divine skill could condense the ultimate Dharma aspect of one's Taoist sorcery, and could even condense the Dharma aspect of a past life to fight alongside oneself. After creating this divine skill, Long Zhan had intended to cultivate through reincarnation evolution to create Dharma aspects for tens of thousands of generations, but an accident unlocked the life-stealing ability, and he no longer researched this divine skill, instead continually using lifespan evolution to enhance his divine skill. Guan slowly opened his eyes and then disappeared inside the island retreat, returning to Yilan's estate. At this moment, Yilan was still in a state of path enlightenment. Guan sat down and continued to reflect on Long Zhan's life. The Long Zhan who had transcended the 9 heavens of immortal path was truly powerful. The feeling of controlling life and casually manipulating rules fascinated Guan even now. At the same time, he was also filled with dread at the power of the Annihilation God Emperor. He had truly been crushed to death by the Annihilation God Emperor with a single hand. He hadn't even seen the true form of the Annihilation God Emperor. It was a means that transcended time and space and was superior to the cosmic rules. After understanding Long Zhan's life, Guan no longer harbored intense hostility towards the Annihilation God Emperor. Unlike Chu Lu and Xiao Xingtian, Long Zhan had brought death upon himself. Guan felt somewhat confused. If reincarnation evolution could be realized, he might also create a peerless evil being. Fundamentally, he did not want to, but he couldn't control the personality in the cycle of reincarnation. Yet reincarnation evolution had many benefits, allowing him to remember countless spells and divine skills, adding to his combat experience, and even enhancing his understanding of reincarnation, making it very difficult for him to give up. After much thought, Guan felt he was trapping himself in his own web of thoughts. Why overthink so much? The path to becoming stronger couldn't possibly be achieved without harming the innocent. Many moral judgments are based on perspective, just like in war. Are not the civilians of the enemy's country innocent? At most, the next time he encounters a situation like Long Zhan's, he could choose not to activate the life-stealing ability and rely on his own efforts to cultivate. In fact, even without the life-stealing ability, Long Zhan's talent was very strong. Guan began to review the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Dragon Reincarnation Dharma aspect. He felt this Dharma aspect seemed familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He soon remembered. The Ji family's Heavenly Dragon demon suppressing form had some similarities. He planned to ask Ji Xiaoyu about it later. Ji Xiaoyu had already inherited divine skills when she returned to the Ji family and might be able to perform the Heavenly Dragon demon suppressing form. The sun set, and the moon rose. A night passed. Yilan gradually woke up and felt as if she had had a dream, one she couldn't remember clearly after waking up. When she opened her eyes, she felt the entire world had changed. Her gaze fell on the table, and she saw Guan reading a book. Guan turned his head to look at her and smiled, asking, "Awake?" Yilan, Divinity Transformation Realm Level 5222/600/800, her lifespan limit had increased by 200 years. Guan let out a sigh of relief, his face showing a smile. As long as there were results. But the effect was somewhat weak. He was, after all, a divine thought true immortal. Guan carefully examined Yilan and noticed a subtle breath dissipating from her body, like the heaven and earth rules, but even more difficult to detect. How did I fall asleep? Yilan asked, puzzled. Guan rolled his eyes and said, You're asking me? It's not like I drugged you, is it? I'm not even blaming you. I came all this way, and while we were talking, you fell asleep, leaving me hanging. Yilan showed an embarrassed expression and couldn't help asking, Then why didn't you wake me up? You were cultivating even in your sleep. It was clearly not ordinary sleep, so how could I dare to interrupt you? Guan replied, standing up. I'm leaving, I'll come to see you again next time. Sister, why not stay a couple more days? No can do, Medicine Valley can't do without me. Really? How come I heard you're always hands off as a manager? How could that be? The two bickered for a while, but in the end, Guan firmly decided to leave. Yilan walked him to the estate's front door. Guan suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned to look at her, and asked, In your heart, which is more important, good and evil or affection? He asked this because he was reminded of the scene where Long Zhan and Fairy Zi Yuan broke ties. Although Long Zhan brought it upon himself, the end result of his loneliness still left him sighing. Long Zhan might have been overbearing, but towards the people by his side, he was quite good. He just didn't tolerate any dissent from them. Yilan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gracefully and said, If you were evil, I myself would not be evil, but I would always follow you, as long as you don't abandon me. Guan showed a smile and said, Don't overthink it, I was just thinking about the plot in a book. I don't have the courage to do evil. With that, he waved his hand and walked away. Yilan watched his retreating figure, thoughtful. As summer approached, the weather cooled. In the woods. Guan watched Ji Xiaoyu step onto the clearing with anticipation in his eyes. Ji Xiaoyu's forehead was etched with a red Dao pattern that burst into light. Her whole aura suddenly changed. She raised her right hand, and the spiritual power inside her activated in a sophisticated manner, quickly coalescing behind her into a golden will that resembled a round glowing door with intricate and profound patterns. As the golden will opened, golden dragons surged out from the intense light. Her heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form differed from her past life, but Guan saw through it at a glance. The essence of the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form shared the same origin as the heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect but was weaker and far less sophisticated than the latter. This discovery made Guan's heart tremble. The heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect was created by Long Zhan himself. Could the Ji family be related to Long Zhan? In Long Zhan's memories, he only passed the heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect onto his son Long Xian, which implies that Long Xian passed it down. From the life experiences of Chu Lu and Xiao Xingtian, their timelines might differ from Guan's. Could it be that reincarnation evolution might project into the past? Ji Xiaoyu dismissed the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form, then approached Guan and asked, How was it? Although she wasn't sure why Guan wanted to see the heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form, it was renowned throughout the world, and showing it to outsiders did not violate clan rules. Truly formidable, it fills me with awe. The person who created this divine skill must truly be a godly being. Does the Ji family have a record of who created it? Guan exclaimed. Ji Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, This divine skill has an ancient origin, created by an ancestor. Who exactly created it, I am unsure, but if you care, I can look into it when I return. Guan nodded, I'm indeed curious. I want to write a book, inspired by the Ji family's history. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu smiled and said, The vice sect leader is looking forward to you writing about the Ji family. The two continued their conversation, with Ji Xiaoyu planning to introduce other divine skills, but Guan showed no interest, so she gave up. both of them headed towards Medicine Valley. The heavenly dragon demon-suppressing form was created by the reincarnation path emperor, or perhaps, I have seen her perform it. A voice came from the forest ahead, and stealing the 5 elements appeared. Ji Xiaoyu frowned, her expression full of displeasure. Guan had already noticed stealing the 5 elements eavesdropping, and he too was speculating whether it was related to the reincarnation path emperor, so he didn't mind stealing the 5 elements' presence. Currently, only the reincarnation path emperor and the Ji family could travel to outer heaven. Stealing the 5 elements, seeing the look in Ji Xiaoyu's eyes, laughed and said, "She once said that at the other end of the universe, there exists a more vast expanse of heaven and earth that I can't even fathom." After hearing this, Guan suddenly suspected that the dragon race or the battle court might still exist. Of course, it was just a guess. Although he integrated Long Zhan's memories and became Long Zhan, he had no intention of seeking out the dragon race or the battle court. Staying honestly in the great heavenly spirit land was the righteous path. Even the strong could be crushed by others. "Why do you always eavesdrop on our conversation?" Ji Xiaoyu said discontentedly, the Dao patterns on her forehead emitting strange radiance once again. Stealing the 5 elements raised his hand, "I mean no harm. Am I not helping you clear up your doubts? If you could transform into the reincarnation path emperor, would only be pleased." With that, he vanished on the spot. Guan consoled, "Don't worry about him, watch how I'll crush him on the chessboard in the future." Ji Xiaoyu retracted her Dao patterns and nodded slightly. For Guan, this was just a minor interlude, understanding was enough. He didn't need to investigate thoroughly. Long Zhan's karma was too significant, he didn't want to get involved. But this incident stirred his imagination. If reincarnation evolution projected into the past, how strong would the Black Profound Emperor be now? What about that Annihilation God Emperor and Great Heavenly Spirit Land? Would they also be in his field of view? Guan felt he needed to be even more cautious in the future and must not let others know he could steal lifespan. A flock of birds flew out from the forest, heading toward the distance, their figures obscured by the sunlight. 5 years quickly passed. This year, news spread throughout the world, causing a sensation. The establishment of the Broken Sea Domain. Created by the Holy Court, covering the region that the Great Cold Demon sect previously sought to slaughter in the mortal world, with the sea-breaking rift at the center. The news spread rapidly, penetrating the continent, with the Emperor Li Xiandao following with an edict to the world, declaring the continent be renamed Taizong Continent. Chapter 315, Destined Fate Broken Sea Domain. Inside Enzin's house, Guan sat at the table, lost in thought. Why hadn't they set up the domain before? If it was for the sake of guarding against the Great Cold Demon sect, it was hardly necessary. After all, the Great Cold Demon sect was no different from being disbanded. Guan felt that the other party had come specifically for him, especially since the Great Cold Demon sect had a holy king standing behind them. He could see a large number of cultivators building a floating island in the sky at the edge of the sea-breaking rift. He watched for a while before withdrawing his gaze and looking back at an Exian. At the moment, an Exian was immersed in path enlightenment, and with Gu An's help, she had also entered that state and had been there for several ancient hours. Guan kept checking Enzin's lifespan limit. Finally, Enzin's lifespan limit began to grow, albeit weakly, but it was indeed increasing. Guan stared intently at an Exian, probing everything within her body. Soon, he caught a glimpse of that mysterious force more complicated than causality, just like the situation with Yilan before. As the lifespan limit increased, this mysterious force began to separate from her body. It seemed likely that all beings were bound by this force, and increasing the lifespan limit would weaken it. Could this be fate? Guan fell into contemplation. Even divine monarchs with powerful divine thoughts could not see through the force that manipulated the lives of all beings. Regardless, having started to be able to catch it was a good beginning. Afterward, Guan got up and left. After all, this was the third Medicine Valley, and it wasn't appropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room, especially with their mentor-disciple relationship. Moreover, in Medicine Valley, with him around, no one could disturb Nzin's path enlightenment. The night passed. The next morning, an Exian walked out of her house and followed the disciples in their exercises. She felt somewhat dazed, looking around her. She could feel that the world had changed. From afar, Guan saw her lifespan limit had grown to 300 years. She hadn't yet released her cultivation level suppression, and the primordial reincarnation skill could still increase her lifespan limit. Guan didn't greet an Exian, pretending to know nothing about it. In the following days, the establishment of the Broken Sea domain and the renaming of the continent became hot topics among all. As summer approached, Guan was teaching Yang Jian cultivation in the woods, aware of Lu Xianyi watching in secret but unconcerned. As long as Lu Xianyi didn't become hostile to him. Lu Xianyi, sitting above the clouds, looked down thoughtfully. This person's cultivation isn't very impressive, but he's very talented at teaching disciples. Could it be that he really encountered an immortal in a dream? Lu Xianyi wondered curiously. He had joined the Supreme Sect and even entered the Hall of Elders, aware of Gu An's identity as an author. Beyond that, he could only confirm Guan was indeed only over 200 years old, as many could attest, so he didn't feel wary of Guan. Even if Guan was the reincarnation of a great power, he posed no threat to a divinity of the 9 layers of the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Because of this, Lu Xianyi's curiosity about Guan was even greater than his expectations for Yang Jian. "That's enough for today," Guan said. Hearing this, Yang Jian stopped his movements and saluted Guan with a fist. Today, Guan imparted a great deal of combat experience. With memories of Long Zhan's battles, Gu An's combat experience had surpassed most in the world. A single afternoon had benefited Yang Jian immensely. On the way back to the valley, Yang Jian was very excited. He had not expected his master's close combat abilities to be so extraordinary. "A genius has returned today. I'll take you to see him later," Guan mentioned casually, noting Lu Xianyi, seeing their training conclude, left, not to leave the Supreme Sect, but to play chess. "A genius? Who?" "That Wu Ju, Uncle Master?" Yang Jian asked curiously. Wu Ju had visited Guan years before, and Yang Jian had only seen him from afar, learning afterward of Wu Ju's famed reputation. "Not him, you'll know later," Guan said mysteriously, piquing Yang Jian's curiosity further. When the master and disciple returned to Medicine Valley, they heard other disciples discussing. "And Hao is here?" "Really?" "True, an Exian, our sister apprentice, is actually an Hao's sister. They both have the same last name. Could they be blood siblings?" "No, they're just from the same village and once had the same master, who later renamed them." "My goodness. And Hao is so handsome, almost like an immortal." "Huh, always the romantic, aren't you?" The Supreme Sect has seen so many geniuses over the years, yet those great figures still think Hao is the greatest genius the Supreme Sect has ever had. Yang Jian's expression changed slightly, his fists clenched unconsciously. It was Hao. He glanced at Guan covertly, noticing no reaction, and so he suppressed the excitement in his heart. His current cultivation had already reached the 9th layer of the divinity transformation realm, a result of focusing on his physical cultivation. He wanted to be acknowledged as the #1 genius too. He had also suspected that Hao was that mysterious senior disciple. Today, he hoped to unravel the mystery. Guan led him to Nzin's courtyard. Guan noticed stealing the 5 elements and Lu Xianyi observing Hao with their divine senses. Hao, with the vast gulf in their realms, was unaware. The 9-fingered divine lord didn't come today, and Shenxinzi was immersed in studying the journey to the west under a tree, much like Zui Yijian in his absorption. Guan looked at the imposing Hao and was very pleased. The current Hao had already reached the 8th layer of the unification realm, still cultivating at an impressive speed. Yang Jian was a major realm behind him, not yet comparable, but once they entered the immortal path realm, the gap would be trivial. When master and disciple arrived outside Nzin's courtyard, she turned around, smiling, and then pulled Hao out of the house. Hao stood tall, head crowned with an imposing golden dragon crown, dressed in a waist-bound white robe with sleeves long like flowing clouds. His handsome face bore sharp, proud brows, and just standing there, he possessed a lofty spirit that commanded the world, without losing the transcendent demeanor of a cultivator. Compared to him, Yang Jian seemed ordinary. Usually, Yang Jian stood out among his fellow disciples, but next to Hao, he was easily overlooked. Sister, over the years, Master has been extremely kind to me. I haven't suffered at all, an Xin said happily. Hao stood in front of Guan and suddenly didn't know how to address him. Brother Hao, have you forgotten me? Guan asked with a smile, his demeanor warm as the spring breeze, instantly easing Hao's awkwardness. How could I forget? We've been through life and death together. Thank you for taking care of my sister over the years, which has eased many of my worries. Hao smiled, then took out a brocade box to present to Guan. Guan quickly declined, but under the joint persuasion of an Xin and Hao, he could only reluctantly accept it. The box contained 8th-rank medicinal herbs. The young man was thoughtful. Hao's gaze inevitably landed on Yang Jian, who had been unabashedly staring at him since earlier. How could he not have noticed? Intuition told him Yang Jian was not simple. He felt like he was facing impermanence Tian, of course, while Yang Jian was far from as strong, and Hao suspected he might also possess an ancient treasure body. Who is this? Hao asked proactively. My disciple, Yang Jian, Guan replied with a smile, finding the rivalry between the two disciples interesting. Yang Jian? True Lord Erlang? Hao laughed. Yang Jian, serious, said, I want to spar with you. He could see now that Hao was definitely not the mysterious senior disciple, which diminished his awe for Hao somewhat. In his mind, only that senior brother could surpass him, as the master said his talent was stronger at the moment. Hao's smile vanished as he began to size up Yang Jian. An Xin wanted to interject but hesitated, looking at Guan to find him smiling without interruption. Hao spoke, You're not strong enough, but I acknowledge your talent and courage. How about we agree to settle it at the Heavenless tournament in the future? What do you think? Hearing this, Yang Jian felt it was reasonable. A duel like this should be witnessed by the world, so he nodded in agreement. Don't forget to thank him, he's been cultivating for many more years than you. He could easily pick on you, but instead, he's willing to give you time to grow, Guan said. At those words, Yang Jian immediately bowed to express his gratitude. Hao looked at Guan in astonishment. That such a talent was so obedient? Intuition told him that not even among the Star Sea congregations could one find such a genius. You two keep talking, I won't disturb you any longer. Guan dropped these words and left with Yang Jian. Hao didn't ponder any further and took an Xin back into the house. Not far away, the blood prison great saint watched Hao and inwardly marveled. This youth shouldn't be underestimated, he seemed even stronger than Yang Jian. Guan returned alone to his loft and opened the brocade box, examining the medicinal herbs gifted by Hao. Not long after, Ji Xiaoyu came to find him. That Hao is rather remarkable, I've seen such a presence in my dreams, always dominating an entire realm, Ji Xiaoyu remarked. You're not bad yourself. Guan replied with a smile. Among those he had encountered, below the state of nirvana, those with a lifespan reaching 9,999 years were few. Currently, only Hao, Yang Jian, Blood Prison Great Saint, and Ji Xiaoyu. Li Lingtian was short by 1,000 years. Ji Xiaoyu had not only great talent but also a significant background. For now, Guan felt that Hao's foundation fell short of hers. Of course, when it came to cultivation speed, Hao was unrivaled. Ji Xiaoyu sat down and asked, Why is it that your Medicine Valley always attracts so many peerless geniuses and powerful cultivators? Guan helplessly replied, You're asking me? But who am I to ask? Besides, they're not coming for me. Ji Xiaoyu shook her head, Even if not for you, you've established good karma with each one. You're not simple, like the great fortune of energy movement I've seen in my dreams, not necessarily the strongest in talent, but always breaking through and stirring the winds of change in the world. Guan blinked and asked, what are you trying to say? Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath, I'm planning to go somewhere, a place with a great opportunity. Come with me. Hearing this, Guan felt a headache. Many had said similar things to him. You go ahead, the supreme sect can't be without me, Guan declined, to Ji Xiaoyu's astonishment at his resolute refusal. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.